ചെന്തമേറിയ പൂവിലും ശബളാഭമാം ശലഭത്തിലും സന്തതം കരതാരിയെന്നൊരു ചിത്രചാതുരി കാട്ടിയും ഹന്തചാരു കടാക്ഷമാലകൾ അർക്കരശ്മി മീട്ടിയും ചിന്തയാ മണിമന്ദിരത്തിൽ വിളങ്ങുമീശനെ വാഴ്ത്തുവിൻ ചിന്തയാ മണിമന്ദിരത്തിൽ വിളങ്ങുമീശനെ വാഴ്ത്തുവിൻ.
This thesis competition, conceptualized in the year 2019, commemorates Dr. C.R. Agnives, an academician par excellence and a prolific author who imparted scientific temper and vigor with this professional demeanor to an abundant number of aspirants of Ayurvedic sciences. It's a privilege for the Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, a research initiative of the Ayurveda Medical Association of India, in association with BPSV Ayurveda College KOTTAKKAL, to organize this prestigious endeavour. The competition aims to scrutinize the best thesis nationwide under the MD/MS category submitted in the year 2022 to its respective universities. The finale shall witness excellent competitive deliberations from meticulously selected scholars from different colleges across the country who have authored meritorious MD/MS theses. We have amongst us the scholars of the best 5 theses to present their work at the grand finale. At the onset, we congratulate each one of you for making it this far. With no further ado, we now invite Dr. Arjun M., General Convener, Organizing Committee, for the welcome address.
Namaskaram. A warm good morning to all of you. Respected Chair, all the dignitaries on and off the dais. With very much proud, I am standing in front of you in this auspicious occasion. Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial, 4th National Level Ayurveda MD/MS Thesis Competition, organized by Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation in association with BPSV Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL. This is the 4th season. This program was designed as a part of the 41st AMA Annual State Conference held at Malappuram in 2019. Over the years, it has grown up to the most prestigious award to find the best young scientists of Ayurveda. This program commemorates the legacy and contributions of Dr. C.R. Agnives, the flame kept alive. Agnives sir, a doyen, an inspiring guru, a beloved teacher, a beautiful friend, an enchanting writer, painter, and much more. He was the heart and soul of our organization, Ayurveda Medical Association of India. It's the largest conglomeration of Ayurveda doctors in India. This program aims to nurture scientific temper among the young doctors of Ayurveda. We have the best brains who have entered the finals and also the mastermind judges of Ayurveda and the medical science. It's my pleasure to welcome you. And first of all, I welcome Dr. Rajesh Neelamana, who is the chairman of this session. He is the president of Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation. In the official name, I invite Dr. Rajesh Neelamana, sir, to this function. I welcome. Thank you. He's the backbone of this event, so I need not mention his name, even though he's the president of this function. Okay. And next, I welcome the most honorable Ayush Secretary, Government of India, Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha sir. He is not able to travel this time, so he has provided us, he will be joining online, and I welcome Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha sir, Honorable Ayush Secretary, who will be inaugurating this function. I welcome Dr. Anand S. He is the another back or strong pillar of this research foundation. He is the secretary of AMA RF, and he was working tirelessly to host both the events. The event occurred at Tripunithura Government Ayurveda College, Tripunithura last week, and also this event. And this has become one of the most prestigious events in India. So I wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Anand S, Secretary AMA RF, to this function. I welcome the President of Ayurveda Medical Association, Dr. Leena, CD Leena Madam. She is a strong pillar and strong support for all of us. She was here for the past 2 days and also for the Tripunithura function. I welcome Dr. CD Leena ma'am to this function. Next, I welcome Dr. KV Rajagopalan sir, Deputy Chief Physician of Ayurvedishala KOTTAKKAL. KOTTAKKAL Ayurvedishala, this program is also happening in the land of KOTTAKKAL Ayurvedishala, and he has offered full support for this program, and prestigiously I welcome Dr. KV Rajagopalan sir and also his team, KOTTAKKAL Ayurvedishala, to this wonderful function. Next, I welcome Dr. G. Vinod Kumar sir. He was the President of Ayurveda Medical Association of India and also the President of Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation in its early days. And he will be delivering the Dr. Agnives Memorial Commemorative Speech. I welcome Dr. G. Vinod Kumar sir to this auspicious function. I also welcome Dr. Ajit Kumar sir. Dr. Ajit Kumar is the General Secretary of Ayurveda Medical Association of India. He is a master brain behind all this function. He has offered all the support for the beautiful, smooth conduction of this program. I wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Ajit Kumar sir to this function. It's my turn. The list goes on. It's a very long list to welcome all of you, but I will mention just the names. I also welcome Dr. C.V. Jayadevan sir. He will be joining us soon. He has been the strong back support of this program. He has arranged everything, including this hall and everything for this program. And also 2 days back, we had a Dr. C.R. Agnives commemoration that was held online. I welcome Dr. C.V. Jayadevan sir to this auspicious function. And also I welcome the office bearers of Ayurveda Medical Association of India, Malappuram District Committee, especially Dr. Riyaz Ali has come to felicitate this function, Dr. Riyaz Ali. And also this event will not happen with the help of the teachers of VPSV Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL. I welcome Dr. Gopi Krishna sir, Secretary of AKPCTA KOTTAKKAL, Dr. Anjana Gangadharan, who is the representative of Postgraduate Students Association of KOTTAKKAL, Dr. Vishnupriya Dishanai, House Sons Association Secretary of VPSV Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL, Sri Muhammad Yasin T, Chairperson of Students Union, VPSV Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL. And also, I would like to mention a few other names. Dr. Raju Thomas, he will be delivering the vote of thanks. He is the chairman of the program committee and of this all events. All credits to Dr. Raju Thomas for organizing this such a beautiful function, and also the men behind the curtain, Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar sir, Dr. V.G. Uday Kumar sir, Dr. Jigish sir, who are all working 24/7 to make this event happen. And also to Dr. K. Muralidharan sir, he will be coming in the function and declaring the awardees of this event. And also to all honorable judges. They have come all the way from different parts of the world to this function. I welcome you all the judges to this wonderful function. And also the finalists. They are the stars of this event. I welcome all the finalists to this function and also their family members, and also all the mega finalists and also the semi-finalists and also the participants who have participated from all over India. And also this process was a huge process. It was a tedious process involving more than 40 judges. All these papers have been gone through more than 40 judges. So I welcome all the judges to this function, and also all the teachers of VPSV Ayurveda College, the academicians, Ayurveda Medical Association, Malappuram and Thrissur zone, and also the state leaders of AMAI, the family of Ayurvedishala KOTTAKKAL, and also to all the sponsors all over India, and the representatives of the pharmacies, media persons, students, technical persons, and all the supporters of this event. And also I especially thank Dr. Vijayanar for his staunch support, and also he has organized beautifully Dr. Prakash Mangalesheri Memorial National Academic Fair held in connection with this program, and also to Team Tripunithra headed by Dr. T.D. Srikumar sir, and also my team members, Dr. Mansoor Ali Gurukal, Dr. Rasi, and all the students and teachers of who are behind the curtain. Once again, I welcome all of you to this mega event, and let's hope this will be an ever memorable event. Thank you all once again. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Rajeshian, President, Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, for the presidential address.
Respected Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, the Honorable Secretary for Ayush Government of India, who is inaugurating the program, Dr. Leena Sedi, President of Ayurveda Medical Association of India State Committee, Dr. Ajit Kumar KC, Secretary of AMAI, Dr. Anandas, Secretary of Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, respected judges of the program, Dr. Geeta Krishnan, Dr. Sheila Madam, Dr. Unnikrishnan PM, Dr. K.V. Rajagopalan from Ayurvedishala, Dr. G. Vinod Kumar sir, former President of AMA and AMARF, who is giving the commemoration speech on Dr. C.R. Agnives sir, Dr. Aju Thomas, President of AMA, former President of AMA, Dr. Riyas Ali Unniyakal, President of AMA Malappuram, Dr. Gopi Krishna sir, Secretary of AKPCTA KOTTAKKAL Unit, Dr. Anjana Gangadharan, representing PGSA, Dr. Vishnupriya D. Shenoy, representing the House Agents Association, Mr. Muhammad Yasin, representing the College Union, leaders of the organizing committee, including Dr. V.G. Uday Kumar sir, Dr. Beena Rose Madam, Dr. Vinod Kumar MV, Dr. Jigish PP, Dr. Pradipha, Dr. Arjun, Dr. Harida, and Dr. Vijayanath sir. Dear friends present here, a very good morning to one and all of you present here and those who are present online. I'm extremely happy to stand before you on this August occasion of the grand finale of Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial PG Thesis Competition, the fourth edition. Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, AMARF, is a research initiative of Ayurveda Medical Association of India, AMAI, intended to impart scientific temperament and research attitude among its members so as to fill the gap the ancient science of life is facing in the research perspective. The event is conducted in association with Vaidyaratnam P.S. Vaidya Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL. The overwhelming responses that we have been receiving from different academic institutions across the country in the last couple of years and this year is very encouraging and motivating for the organizers. Late Professor Dr. C.R. Agnives sir, the man of rational thoughts and grounded intelligence, the one quality that we seldom find it very comfortable to miss. There is no other way to commemorate him, no other way other than Nirandara Adhyayana, Adhyapana and Tadvidya Sambhasha. He was very rational and straightforward in his approaches towards science and in his personal life also. As a student, I was even surprised to see him fighting like a kid to anyone who offers some amount of knowledge. Now I can proudly say that Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation is nothing but ultimately an extension of his very honest approach towards science. We don't let anyone to love science blindly. By following our Guru's path, we encourage our new generations to continuously question anything that comes in between, to continuously argue and prove anything wrong if they feel so. This is such an opportunity. Come together and let us carry over all the lamps that our Guru has kindled for us. We are even more pleased to appraise you that this event pairs with Dr. Prakash Mangalesheri Memorial National Academic Fair 2023, which occurred last week at Government Ayurveda College, Tripunithura. Before I conclude, let me congratulate all the 5 finalists, Doctors Kavita Sharma, Lakshmi P.N., Devasena K., Ansia Ibrahim, and Dr. Tulasi. I congratulate them for their efforts you have taken during your PG studies and making the thesis a very meaningful one. By wishing each one of you good luck in this competition as well as in your future career, let me conclude my speech. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Pratipapi Nair, Convener, Scientific Committee, to present the Scientific Committee report.
Esteemed guests, dignitaries on and off the dais, delegates from varied organizations, members of Ayurveda Medical Association of India and Research Foundation, academicians from various colleges, scholars, contestants and students. Namaste. With the permission of the chair, I, on behalf of the Institutional Scientific Committee hosting this program, present before you the report of the committee constituted for the meticulous conduct of Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial 4th National Level MD/MS Ayurveda Thesis Presentation Competition 2023. As there were very many apprehensions after the pandemic hit, primarily a working group was constituted in November 2022 consisting of members from Ayurveda Medical Association of India, Research Foundation and VPSP Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL, to discuss the feasibility of conducting this prestigious event offline. 2-3 online meetings visualized and finalized the offline conduct of the grand finale, and thus we are all here today. The scientific schedule to carry out this was drafted in November 2022, and thereby a series of invitations were sent to different colleges and departments across the country by mid-December to ensure the nationwide participation from PG scholars who have submitted their respective theses to their universities. This was followed up with regular telephonic correspondence to department heads and principals of respective colleges. The result was an overwhelming response by mid-January, wherein around 200 delegates registered via a Google format specifically designed for the same. Here you can see the Excel sheets derived from the Google form registrations. We received literature reviews, in vitro and in vivo studies, market sample surveys, exploratory designs, observational studies, and clinical trials. The identifiers were masked in the PPTs and PDF formats to maximum possible extent to ensure confidentiality and accountability. This depicts how masking was tried. After initial scrutiny by a co-scientific group, deleting ineligible theses and repetitions in registrations, 178 theses were sorted into categories based on the type of methodology used in these studies. The committee recruited 40 experts to review the conduct of these studies. A Google format, as you can make out, was generated for easy analysis with heads, namely, the clarity in phrasing the research question, scope of the study, robustness of the methodology, application of statistical analysis, and its implications. Scores were tallied against a maximum score of 100, and the best 15 theses were segregated in the natural order of their merit, which unsurprisingly was a representation of different categories of methodology. On the 15th of February 2023, a semi-final qualifier for the grand finale was conducted with scholars who authored these 15 theses. Our jury comprised reverend faculties, namely Dr. Sudhikumar KB, Professor, School of Fundamental Research in Ayurveda, Dr. Alathur Narayana Nambi, Principal and Chief Physician, Ashtangam Ayurveda College, and Dr. Benil PB, Professor, Agritantra Department, VPSV Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL. And 5 potential contestants as finalists have thus been selected for the grand finale. Well, that marks the end of the scientific committee works. All of us, the members of this committee, had a very great experience learning many factual things as well as the professionalism of teamwork and consistent dedication that ensured the quality conduct of the scientific endeavor. We are pretty sure that events as these shall render long-lasting advancement of knowledge, which is the actual tribute and honor to the persona of Dr. C.R. Agnives. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am. We now invite Dr. Anand S., Secretary, Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, to present the program report.
A very warm good morning, respected Presidium, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected judges, and all the dignitaries who are watching live. I am here to present the program report. Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, AMARF, under AMAI, has taken up a mission to develop and promote research activities in Ayurveda. A training program on the possibility of Ayurveda in cancer care, survey among Ayurvedic practitioners to develop a database on Ayurvedic treatment and diabetic mellitus, a survey regarding problems faced in research field among the postgraduate students of Ayurveda were some of the important activities taken by the Research Foundation. Research Foundation envision young doctors to take up fruitful research in its true sense and deliver useful outcomes to the field as well as to the public, thus converging the principles of Ayurveda into practice. Last week, the Research Foundation has conducted a PG UG scientific paper presentation competition, which was a great success. And Dr. Vijayanath is here, who coordinated the work there along with the faculties and students of Government Ayurveda College, Tripunithura. While inaugurating the function, Dr. Madan Thangavelu, one of the famous genome biologists in Cambridge, gave us a wonderful message that the entire world is looking for traditional medical systems, and Ayurveda being one of the most important among them. We should be able to come up with quality services and provide cost-effective and sustainable solutions to the health challenges, and could propagate health and wellness across the globe. As a part of encouraging the research interest and aptitude among postgraduate students of Ayurveda, and to provide a platform to present their PG dissertation work, Research Foundation has been conducting national level thesis presentation competition in the name of great legend of Ayurveda, Dr. C.R. Agnives. Dr. Agnives is one of the genuine intellectual, genius, and a creative academician who tried to bud new generations of students with critical and free thinking. And this is the fourth time we are organizing. We have received an overwhelming response from all over India, as already told, with 200 theses from different parts of the nation. Research Foundation is so glad that the event is being conducted in association with Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warriors Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL, one of the prestigious destinations of authentic Ayurveda. The principal of the institute, Dr. Jaydevan sir, has given all the valuable support for us and his energy and soul into this program. All the faculties and students have taken up their soul to work and execute this prestigious program. AMI state leadership, our President Dr. C.D. Leena Madam, and our Secretary, General Secretary Dr. Ajit Kumar is here with us. And they have given us immense support to the Research Foundation for carrying out these activities and to organize the program. Also, the spirited and enthusiastic support of AMI Malappuram District Committee is so helpful for the successful execution. The guidance of Dr. V.G. Udayakumar sir, former chairman of Research Foundation and the patron of the program, Dr. Jigish, vice chairman of the organizing committee, Dr. Vinod Kumar sir, the chairman of the scientific committee, Dr. Pradibha, Dr. Riyas Ali, Dr. Mushtaq, Arun PV, Dr. Arun PV, and the list goes on. The entire process started 4 months back and with the formation of a main organizing committee headed by Dr. Raju Thomas as chairperson and Dr. Arjun as general convener. And we have a treasurer as Dr. Mansoor. And there were 40 expert reviewers to evaluate 200 theses. 15 of them were selected to semi-finals and 5 theses to grand final. Judges of semi-finals included stalwarts like Sudhikumar sir from School of Fundamental Research, Dr. Benil and Dr. Narayanan Nambi. The final judges present here are very important personalities. Dr. Unnikrishnan Payapalli, eminent researcher. Dr. Sheila Karlam, very famous among us. Dr. Tony Varghese and Dr. Geeta Krishnan, our senior at Government Ayurveda College who has grown to World Health Organization. District committee were formed for the smooth, different committees were formed for the smooth conduct of the program. The Research Foundation has been conducting weekly reviews in online mode for updating and evaluating the progress of the program for the last 4 months. All the committees performed their job well, and the scientific committee has been entrusted a long task which they have made their role perfect. Research Foundation and AMI are pleased to give cash prizes, mementos and certificates to the winners of the first 3 positions as a part of appreciation and encouraging these young talents. First prize carries rupees 25,000 cash prize, certificate and a memento. Second prize carries rupees 15,000 certificate and a memento. And third prize carries rupees 10,000 certificate and a memento. And I must thank the sponsors also for their support. 100 invited delegates are present here in this offline mode itself. We are live streaming the program nationwide. On behalf of Research Foundation, I seek the support and blessings of each one of you to carry forward our activities of AMARF. At last but not least, I congratulate each one of the finalists who are here to present before us. And all the best for you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Leena Siri, President, Ayurveda Medical Association of India, to address the gathering.
Good morning and welcome to all distinguished guests and delegates who are here today for the 4th edition of Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial National Ayurveda Thesis Presentation Competition. Our guest of honor, Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kottakkal, Honorable Ayush Secretary, Government of India, who is here to inaugurate this event. Research Foundation President Dr. Rajeshian, Secretary Dr. Anand, State General Secretary Dr. Ajit Kumar, Dr. Jayadevan Sir, Dr. Arjun, Dr. Pradipa, Dr. Raju Thomas, Dr. Vinod Kumar, and other distinguished guests and all doctors and students who have graced this occasion here with their presence. Ayurveda Medical Association of India is the largest association of Ayurveda doctors with more than 10,000 members, and it is in the forefront for the development of Ayurveda practices and promotion of quality Ayurveda solutions for public health. We strive to foster young talent and to be the part of professional life of Ayurvedic physicians supporting their journey. To cultivate an evidence-based culture and promote research in Ayurveda, AMI have established an organ under it called AMA Research Foundation, which was inaugurated by Dr. Alyathan on 2014. The object of this competition is to encourage and help develop a research mindset among the doctors and thereby help advancement in our field of medicine. We believe that this will inspire and vitalize the scientific temper in young, vibrant minds. We are excited to see such a great participation from PG scholars who have joined us here from various universities. I congratulate all your efforts and a big applause to all bright young minds who made this grand finale event here today. Dr. Agnives sir was a great visionary and he was passionate about Ayurveda. His contribution to the field is unparalleled. The books he authored are followed by the students and referenced by doctors and Guru who has inspired us all. He was an ardent supporter and mentor to the organization and played an instrumental role in creation of APTA. This yearly competition is a great tribute to his memory. On the behalf of AMA State Committee, wishing all success for this event today and for all activities by AMA Research Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We now invite Dr. G. Vinod Kumar, former President, Ayurveda Medical Association of India and Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, and a long-term associate of Dr. C.R. Agnives for the commemorate speech.
My humble pranams to the great soul, our beloved Agnives sir. Respected President and Secretary, AMI and AMA Research Foundation, distinguished guests, judges, friends, colleagues, and members of Ayurveda Medical Association of India and Research Foundation. Thank you all for your presence. Words shall fall short, and I have genuine apprehension about how to limit paying tribute to a person of Dr. C.R. Agnives just few minutes. In this occasion, I remember his inspiration rendered to us to start AMA Research Foundation. This program is a good tribute to him. I congratulate all the finalists. Yet, I am duty bound to relive moments that I treasure the most with our reverend genius, and I deeply hope I do justice on my part. It is of great meaning to hold this commemoration at the 8th death anniversary of Dr. C.R. Agnives to recall his story and renew his spirit. First of all, I would like to thank the Ayurveda Medical Association of India and the Research Foundation for their selfless attempts in organizing these events, and my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. C.R. Agnives' family and disciples who have provided strong support and cooperation in beautifully culminating this event. Even though I was familiar with Sir during my PG studies in 1980s, my first one-to-one association with Dr. C.R. Agnives dates back to 1988, after the Kollam annual meeting of AMA, from where he took the charge of first editor of our prestigious Apta. A very flawed genius and an unapologetic critic of each and everything under the sun, ranging from science to philosophy to religion and whatnot. He questioned and criticized everything. He stood for the principles of rational thinking and reasoning. He searched for science in each phenomenon that happened around him. He debated equally with prolific orators, just as with a small child. He believed that a person becomes irrelevant only if he cannot associate and relate with younger generations. He was beyond friendly with his disciples, just as he would shout the hell out at them all in a single day. Well, regarding his works and accolades, as well as his commitment to science, we should say, and those who knew him enough would agree, that his private life is actually the heart and soul, as well as the history of Ayurveda Medical Association of India. His editorials in his own creation, entitled Ayurveda Progressive Thinkers Association, which we all know as APTA, and Voluntary Association for Revalidation of Ayurveda Materials, Varam, are powerful and unbiased criticism of faith, magic remedies, and unscientific belief-driven practices are worth reading. He drafted major long-term strategies and goals in a very tactical manner, and his principles are mostly the foundation stone of AMA policies. What more to say about this genius, who also was a passionate orator, painter, composer, poet, and very importantly, a free soul. His virtues, such as straightforwardness, frankness, and decision-making skills, had always surprised me. The book he authored ranges from very scientific and academic materials to, quite surprisingly, spiritual texts such as commentary to Balagandam of Ramayana. He was also in the workshop of Saundarya Lahari of Adi Shankara, commentary on that, and a book on Carnatic ragas, which was not completed, but he shown me on just before his demise, these books, his works. Such was his range, his genius. Now, on this occasion, I would like to remind all that our duties to pay tribute to Dr. C.R. Agnives should not limit to organizing these events. He had a dream to develop a trust, an organization for research validation of Ayurvedic principles and upgrading academies. I remember the last day of his life, the demise day, he gone to with a advocate to discuss with this trust, how to form this trust. His last days were totally dedicated to forming this trust. His daughter and son-in-law are well managing, but we too may contribute to its activities. Just because of time constraints, I bound to restrict my words. Well, Dr. C.R. Agnives never departed. People like Dr. C.R. Agnives or our very own genius, Dr. Prakash Mangalasheri, never died. They live through us who try to keep the flame and light light. Thank you for your patience listening. Namaste. Gurave Namaha.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Ajit Kumar KC, General Secretary, Ayurveda Medical Association of India, to present the organizational report.
Honorable Secretary Ayush, respected dais and friends, a warm good morning. Ayurveda Medical Association of India, also known as AMI, has more than 10,000 members, including private Ayurveda doctors, government Ayurveda doctors, PG students, teachers, and research personnel. The AMI is dedicated to promoting the highest standards in Ayurveda education and practice in India. The organization engages in a range of activities aimed at the welfare of its members. This includes conducting continuing medical education workshop for career enhancement, finishing school, and other initiatives. The AMI has three major organs: AMI Research Foundation, AMA Academy for Cheap and Best Quality Coaching, and the Publication Division. The AMA Academy provides high quality coaching for students preparing for Ayurvedic exams. The Academy also tries to start career-oriented courses in this field. The Academy employs experienced teachers and provides students with access to the latest study material and resources. The AMA Publication Division is responsible for publishing research papers, journals, and other materials related to Ayurveda. The division works to disseminate knowledge about Ayurveda and promote research in the field. The AMA committed to advancing the field of Ayurveda and supporting its members in the pursuit of excellence. The AMA Research Foundation conducts academic fairs for UGs and PG students for the last few years. As a General Secretary of this organization, I am very proud to be part of this occasion of the Dr. Agnives Memorial Thesis Competition. This competition is held annually to promote research activities in the field of Ayurveda. Dr. Agnives was the first chief editor of the APTA magazine, which is our organization magazine, and played a pivotal role in the development of the Ayurveda Academy. He was a renowned Ayurvedic practitioner and scholar who dedicated his life to the advancement of Ayurvedic knowledge and practice. The thesis competition named after him is a fitting tribute to his memory and his contribution to the field of Ayurveda. It provides platform for young Ayurvedic researchers to showcase their skills and knowledge and contribute to the development of the field. Research is critical to the growth and advancement of any field, and Ayurveda is no exception. Through research, we can gain better understanding of the ancient principles and practices of Ayurveda and their relevance in the modern world. The thesis competition is an opportunity for young Ayurvedic scholars to explore new ideas, develop new techniques, and make breakthrough discoveries. It is through such an effort that we can advance the field of Ayurveda and ensure that it continues to flourish and contribute to the health and well-being of the people around the world. In conclusion, I would like to congratulate all the participants in the Agnives Memorial Thesis Competition. Your hard work and dedication to the field of Ayurveda are an inspiration to us all. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and look forward to seeing the fruits of your research in the years to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We now invite respected Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Honorable Secretary, Department of Ayush, Government of India, for inaugurating the event.
Namaste. It is a great pleasure for me to be a part of this grand final of Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial National Thesis Competition being organized by AMA Research Foundation in collaboration with VPSV Ayurveda College. The lifetime of late Dr. C.R. Agnives is marked as an era of rational thinking in Ayurveda, especially in Kerala. He succeeded in nurturing a generation with a rational outlook and a bright scientific temperament. I congratulate Amai in taking up an appropriate way to commemorate such a stalwart of Ayurveda. I understand that this event pairs with Dr. Prakash Vanglasari Memorial National Academic Fair, which has the same goal of encouraging scientific temper and developing research aptitude among the PG scholars and UG students of Ayurveda. Dr. Prakash's untimely death was also a great loss for the Ayurvedic community, but his legacy lives on through his outstanding contributions to the field of Ayurveda. Research and development towards scientific validation of Ayurvedic knowledge is a significant thrust area where we all need to work on. These kind of academic events offer a solid platform for the younger generation to present their knowledge, queries and scientific evidences to validate our science of Ayurveda. I congratulate Amai and VPSV for their commendable efforts in organizing scientific platforms like this as a tribute to the geniuses of Ayurvedic fraternity. With immense pleasure, I hereby declare the formal inauguration of the event. I wish the participants all the best wishes. Namaskar and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your heartwarming words in inaugurating the event. We now invite Dr. K.V. Rajagopalan, Deputy Chief Physician, Ayurveda Shala KOTTAKKAL, for felicitating the event.
A warm good morning to all of you. Respected Chair, respected Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Honorable Secretary of Department of Ayush, and office bearers of Ayurveda Medical Association of India and Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, and other respected dignitaries on and off the dais. I'm very happy to be here on behalf of Ayurveda Shala on this prestigious occasion of Thesis presentation competition grand finale in commemoration with our respected C.R. Agnives sir. Agnives sir, if we know, we all say that this fire is not going to get extinguished. ഈ അഗ്നി അണയുന്നില്ല. അതാണ് എപ്പോഴും അഗ്നിവേശ് സാറിനെ പറ്റി പറയാറുള്ളത്. And more than the contributions, whatever we have discussed just now regarding the academic field, he was a good writer, good professor, good teacher, good orator, good researcher. More than that, he had some, I think most of the people may not be knowing, he had some other non-academic proficiencies also. Like he was a good actor, he was a good playback singer, and he was a good poet, and he was a good architect, a ശില്പിയായിരുന്നു, നല്ലൊരു ശില്പിയായിരുന്നു അദ്ദേഹം. അതുമാതിരി തന്നെ നല്ലൊരു കലാസംവിധായകനാണ്, ആർട്ട് ഡയറക്ടറായിരുന്നു. So in all these things he was like, when we compare his intelligence, I think there will not be a better person than Ravana, who had 10 heads. He loved taking multitasking. That's what I understand. And when I represent Ayurveda Shala, when I see those earlier days, he was an inevitable or unavoidable personality in all our functions. Let it be our seminars, Foundation Day, or competition series, everything. I remember his moderatorship. He used to moderate so many occasions actually. I have never seen such a good moderator in my life. He was very sincere, he was very fair, at the same time he was very critical also. I think he was the only person who taught us to think Ayurveda should not be taught or understood through the devotional way. It should be understood through the rational. It should be understood through the logic. ഭക്തിയോടെയല്ല ആയുർവേദത്തിനെ സമീപിക്കേണ്ടത്, യുക്തിയോടെയാണെന്ന് എപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സാറായിരുന്നു അദ്ദേഹം. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ he throwed a lot of fire on the thought process of so many people, which changed their mind. And the very important achievement what he has got in his lifetime is his Shishya Sampat. That's why we are here. So I pay my respect to him from the bottom of my heart. And when I come to this program, I have got only when I go on say about Agnives sir, I think this stage may not be sufficient. When I come to this program, I think I should really congratulate the brains behind, I should say the brains behind the innovation or the novel idea of bringing out this program since last 4 years. Because we know that after the PG is over, post graduation is over, most of the thesis works are not unattended, or they are not seeing the light. They remain within themselves. So with these programs, definitely they are getting an opportunity to explore their ideas again and again and to communicate with the public. In that way, definitely these programs deserves a big applause. Of course, I thank the organizers for inviting me once again, and I congratulate all the participants who have attended this program, especially the finalists who are going to present their papers today. I wish the program all the success. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Gopi Krishna S., Secretary, AKPCTA, for felicitating the event.
Very good morning to all. First of all, I would congratulate AMAI for conducting such an opportunity to say for the PG scholars to express their view, their thoughts, and whatever they have done during their PG studies, and to get an appreciation or acceptance from the whole community. And there can be no one better who needs to be commemorated every day, every moment, as far as an Ayurveda practitioner is concerned or an Ayurveda academician is concerned, Agnives sir. And whenever I have gone through the works of sir, I remember a reference, a quote from Kalidasa, where he mentions Vagartha Vivasampraktau, Vagartha Pratipattaye, Jagatah Pitarau Vande, Parvati Parameshwarau. The first two phrases, Vagartha Vivasampraktau, Vagartha Pratipattaye, is very essential for a theoretician or an academician to interpret the text. And Vagartha Pratipattaye is very essential for a practitioner to bring those theories into practice. The same thing is applicable to the research also. So on this special day, where we are commemorating Agnives sir, who is a picture of fire for every thinker in Ayurveda, and our dearest Prakash sir, who is a light for every practitioner. I'm running out of words when I think of Prakash sir. So I wish all the competitors who have attempted to send their papers, who have presented, and finally who have reached to the finals of this program, all the success. And also I request for the batches to come to register in more numbers. Come forward to express your views during the coming years. On behalf of my association, AKPCTA, I congratulate once again for the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We take a moment to acknowledge the presence and support of Dr. Riyas Ali, President, Ayurveda Medical Association of India, Malappuram District, Dr. Anjana Gangadharan, President, PGSA, Dr. Vishnupriya D. Shenoy, Secretary, HSA, and Sri Mohammed Yasin T, Chairperson, College Union. We now invite Dr. Raju Thomas, Chairman, Organizing Committee, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Warm good morning, one and all. Respected Chair, Dr. Rajesh Nilamana, and all the distinguished guests on and off the dais. Now, all of us are waiting for the presentations in the final grand finale of the Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial National Thesis Presentation Competition. This academic fair is a tribute of AMI to the multi-talented visionary Dr. Agnives, who had ignited hundreds of minds. I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Rajesh Nilamana, Chairman, AMA Research Foundation, for presiding over the function. We are very happy that Vaidya Rajesh KOTTAKKAL had joined us to inaugurate the competition. On behalf of AMA Research Foundation and the organizing committee, I express my sincere gratitude to Vaidya Rajesh KOTTAKKAL. Dr. K.V. Rajagovaran and Dr. K. Muralidharan of Ayurveda and officials and senior leaders of AMI, our President Dr. Leena, General Secretary Dr. Ajit Kumar, Dr. Anand, former President Dr. Vinod Kumar, Dr. Uday Kumar, Dr. Jigesh, Dr. Gopi Krishnan, and the students and representatives from the college have joined with us. I extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers. Today we have Dr. Sheila Karalam, Dr. Unni Krishnan, Dr. Geeta Krishnan, and Dr. Tom Wilson as the judges for this competition. The presence of such an eminent panel will help raise the standard and acceptability of this program. Our sincere thanks to the judges. As told earlier, there were nearly 200 entries for this program, and the initial screening and selection of contestants for the final round was done by a team of about 40 faculties from different colleges across the state. Our sincere thanks to the faculties who are engaged with the screening process. The institutional organizing committee at KOTTAKKAL Ayurveda College, under the guidance and leadership of Dr. Jayadevan, had done a marvelous work to make this event ever memorable. Our sincere thanks to the whole team, Dr. Beena Rose, Dr. Jeena, Dr. Pradeepa, Dr. Jolsna, Dr. Sudhira, Dr. Binil, Dr. Harida, and all the faculties, the UG students, PG scholars, house surgeons, and the college union. The involvement of Malappuram AMI, led by Dr. Riyas Ali, Dr. Arun, Dr. Harish, Dr. Mansoor Ali, and Dr. Ansar Ali, Dr. Mushtaq, and the committee members deserves special mention. I use this opportunity to thank the event sponsors, KOTTAKKAL Ayurveda and all others who are joined with us with the sponsorships. I have to specially mention Dr. Arjun, Dr. Vijaynath, Dr. Jigesh, Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, Dr. Uday Kumar, Dr. Anand, Dr. Rajesh, without whom this program would not have been possible. Towards the end, I congratulate all the participants and wish the finalists all the best. Let me remain by paying respectful homages to the fond memories of Agnives sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to a close to the inaugural session. We'll be starting the thesis competition shortly.
വർഷത്തെ ആയുർവേദ പൈതൃകം ലക്ഷോപലക്ഷം പേർ അനുഭവിച്ചറിഞ്ഞ ഫലപ്രാപ്തി കോട്ടയ്ക്കൽ ആയുർവേദശാലയുടെ സ്കിൻ കെയർ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ തൊട്ടടുത്ത സ്റ്റോറുകളിൽ.
We take a moment to acknowledge our sponsors, Ayurveda Shala KOTTAKKAL, Shri Doodh Papeshwar, ICICI Bank, Deshiya Ayurveda Pharmacy, SNA Aushadha Shala, Bal Vedics, Dabur India, Triveni Pharmaceuticals, Vempally Ayurveda Hospital. To the kind attention of the audience, we also have an exhibition in the hall where the paintings of Dr. C.R. Agnives has been displayed. We request you all to take time to appreciate the art. There's also a book authored by Dr. C.R. Agnives on the display. To the kind attention of the audience, we also have an exhibition in the hall where the paintings of Dr. C.R. Agnives has been displayed. We request you all to take time to appreciate the art. There's also the books authored by Dr. C.R. Agnives.
Looking forward to participate in the event, and I wish good luck for all the finalists.
Congratulate the winners as well as all the participants of this thesis competition. I would also like to express my gratitude.
We will now be taking a tea break. Tea is provided at the left side of the stage. Kindly enjoy your tea and be back in 5 minutes. We'll be starting the scientific session shortly.
kindly request everyone please to be seated. The scientific session will be starting shortly. I request everyone to be kindly seated. Welcome you all to the cynosure of the day, Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial 4th National Ayurveda MD MS Thesis Presentation Competition. In this grand finale, we have a team of eminent jury to choose which thesis is to be crowned the best. Our panel of jury includes Dr. Geeta Krishnan Gopalakrishna Pillai, Dr. P.M. Unikrishnan, Dr. Sheila Karanam, and Dr. Tom Wilson. Let me introduce our first jury member, Dr. Geeta Krishnan Gopalakrishna Pillai. He is graduated from Government Ayurveda College, Trivandrum in the year 1995 and completed his post-graduation in Dravya Guna Vijnana from the same college in the year 2000. He is presently working as the Technical Officer in the Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine Unit at WHO Geneva. He is an Ayurveda doctor with more than 25 years of experience gained through executing successful projects, establishing new models of clinical practice, undertaking pioneering research, and influencing and advocating for health policy reforms that support better and efficient use of traditional medicine nationally and internationally. At WHO, he has been responsible for the development of regulatory benchmarks in the domain of training and practice of Ayurveda and Unani, communication tools that form the foundation for member states to adopt and establish integrative medicine, health information systems for Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha in WHO's ICT platform, yoga-based self-health care tools for health promotion, and conceptualizing and establishing WHO's Global Center for Traditional Medicine in India. He was also the key initiator and one of the main facilitators for research and policies to integrate Ayush systems in the COVID-19 pandemic response in India, and has set up several clinical trials in the area, including international studies involving reputed institutions. He has a number of publications to credit. Of these, more than 10 are WHO publications. Dr. Geetha Krishnan Gopalakrishna Pillai has been accorded with several awards for his work in traditional medicine, research and advocacy. Some of the important ones are Ayush Kamal Ratna Swadeshi National Award for Ayush Integrated Medicare in 2017. First, Padma Shri P.R. Krishnakumar Memorial Ayurveda Prasara Ratna Award from Wagpada Sreni, India 2020. Second, Sheikh Syed International Ayurveda for Traditional, Complementary and Alternative Medicine, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates 2022. Dr. C. Dwaraknath Indian Association for the Study of Traditional Asian Medicine Award for Contemporary Interpretation or Application of Ayurveda Principles for the year 2021-22. We warm welcome you to the event, sir. Dr. P.M. Unnikrishnan, sir, our second jury member, is the professor at the Center for Community Health, Clinical Research and Education, University of Transdisciplinary Health Sciences and Technology, Bengaluru. He has been an undergraduate degree in Ayurveda from Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, and a master's degree in medical anthropology from the University of Amsterdam, Netherlands. He holds a doctoral degree in international development studies from the Yokohama National University, Japan. From 2010 to 2020, he worked in the United Nations University, Tokyo, Japan, in various capacities in health systems and sustainability related programs. His broad areas of work are research and development in Ayurveda, Ayush in health systems, public health, traditional knowledge, epistemology, and sustainable development. We welcome you, sir. Now, our third jury member, Dr. Sheila Karalam B. She is the Chief Scientist, Head, Research and Development, Vaidratnam Ayurveda Research Institute, Thaikkattisheri, Kerala. She retired as the District Medical Officer, Ayush Kerala, and was the former State Quality Consultant, National Ayush Mission, and former Special Officer, Research and Development, Aushadhi. Her area of interest are drug design and development, scientific documentation, judicious usage of medicinal plants, production planning and control, quality assurance, industrial waste management, innovations in clinical practices. She was a part of various research and development programs in government sector and Ayush pharmaceutical industry. Implementation of transdisciplinary projects in Ayush pharma sector, implementation of various healthcare projects in Ayush service sector, promotion of medicinal plant cultivation, conservation and sustainable utilization. She did her graduation from Vaidratnam Ayurveda College, Thaikkattisheri, and completed her MD in Dravyaguna Vijnana from Government Ayurveda College, Thiruvananthapuram. Dr. Sheila Karalam started her career as medical officer in ISM department in 1990 and has 36 years of experience as a clinician along with 22 years of industrial research and development experience. She is a resource person to various research institutions and NGOs and is the principal investigator to various collaborative research products and is guide to Ayurvedic interdisciplinary postgraduates and PhD scholars. She has 10 research publications in her name and is the co-author to 3 books. She has presented papers in various national and international workshops, seminars and CMEs. Dr. Sheila Karalam received Government of Kerala's Best Dr. Dhanvantri Award for her contribution to research and clinical services. I welcome you, ma'am. Moving to our last jury member, Dr. Tom Wilson. Dr. Tom Wilson currently working as the Assistant Professor in the Department of Community Medicine, Government Medical College, Manjeri, Malappuram. He was graduated from Government TD Medical College in the year 2008 and completed his post-graduation in community medicine from the same college in the year 2014. He worked as the Surveillance Medical Officer WHO during 2015 to 2017 and is presently working as Assistant Professor at Government Medical College, Mancheri. Warm welcome to you, sir. Now moving on to the rules and regulations for participation in the grand finale of Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial 4th National Ayurveda MD/MS Thesis Presentation Competition 2023. We have provided a detailed copy of the rules and regulations to all the jury members for your references. The total time for the presentation will be 15 minutes for each candidate. This shall be followed by an interactive session with the judging panel for not more than 15 minutes. The participants will be called upon based on the given code number order, and the decision of the judges will be final. Now, a note of caution to the presenter of thesis. The time allotted for each presentation is a maximum of 15 minutes. After 12 minutes of presentation, there will be a warning bell, and after 3 more minutes, the final double bell will ring, which means your time is over. After the time limit, the participant is requested to conclude the presentation. Now, I invite Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, Chairman, Scientific Committee, to address the gathering and motivate our participants.
Good morning to one and all. And now the stage is set for them. 5 people are sitting there. And the journey they had from the first round to the second round and third round, we should congratulate them wholeheartedly in that manner. And actually this time is the cool off time for you, because all the things set in that way need not be a worry or anxiety from the part of you, because you have already proved that you have that content in you to present something. You have done the work with your utmost sincerity, and you have passed all this way out to reach this grand finale. So Dr. Tulasi A from Amrita School of Ayurveda, Dr. Kavita Sharma from All India Institute, and Lakshmi PN from Government Ayurveda College Trivandrum, and Devasena KM from Amrita School of Ayurveda, and Nancy Ibrahim from Government Ayurveda College Kannur. They are sitting here. And about the journey of the program from 4 years back to this year, number of participants were gradually increasing, because in the first year it was almost 15 candidates which we got all from India, but second year it was 32, then it was 92, now it is 200. So it is not a simple thing to be selected to the final round, and with that confidence you can fight yourself for the, even though you are all the 5 contestants who reached here are equally competent to be awarded with the grand finale Agnives award, but the panel of judgment in the last time, it was 3 members in the panel, and they selected them equally good, and now the panel is different. They will be having their own viewpoint on your research. It's not a problem whether you get the title or not. You are equally, all of the 5 are equally competent, and we can give them a good applause. And I invite them one by one. They will be announcing the code numbers, and you will be presenting here with the time which they have mentioned here. Okay, once again, congrats to all the grand finale participants, and we wish that this event will become a great event in the history of Ayurvedic presentation history in India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, the time is up for the presentation. Let's start with the first participant. Judges, please note code number 1 on stage. Judges, please note code number 1 on stage. Doctor, your time starts now.
Drugs like Brahmi, Shankhupushpi, etc. have rasayana action which enhance Smriti and Medha. Shankhupushpi is Visheshana Medha and Ghrida is the best remedy for Vata Pitta Vikriti. Gridam is indicated for those who seek Smriti and Medha. The research question: does compounds present in Brahmi Gridam inhibit beta amyloid fibril formation and other types of aggregation in Alzheimer's disease? Objective is to prepare Brahmi Gridam to do physicochemical analysis, to do in silico molecular docking of active components of Brahmi Gridam against target protein in Alzheimer's disease. Methodology included pharmaceutical study, analytical study, and in silico study including screening as well as docking. The pharmaceutical study included preparation as mentioned by Ashtanga Uttarasthanam Unmada Prashedham with the mentioned drugs. Analytical study included organoleptic characteristics, physicochemical analysis, and chromatographic instrumental analysis. The virtual screening was done by the following methods. The ligands chosen were the phytochemicals identified from the Gridam as well as those mentioned by the raw materials. And the prediction was based upon 3 bioassays found in PubChem, and the remaining compounds were filtered through toxicological studies as well as drug likeness, and molecular docking was done, and 80 hit compounds were obtained. The methodology in detail: identification of phytochemicals from raw materials was done by a computerized database search, and from the Gridam was done by chromatographic analysis techniques, and the drawing of chemical structure and its optimization was done with ChemSketch. Each molecule was saved in Mol2 format with its SMILES by OpenBabel, and the tracing out of reported anti-Alzheimer's molecules was done from DrugBank and ChemSpider, and their targets, proteins, and mode of action was looked at by the DrugBank, ChemSpider, and Zinc databases. The molecular similarity with phytochemicals was looked into by Osiris software. Understanding biological potential was done through ChemAxon, and their molecular descriptors and classifying pharmacophore descriptors were understood by PowerMV software. The drug likeness was looked at by Lipinski's rule. The ADMET properties was looked at by ADMET version 2. Identifying any active compounds which may have potential anti-Alzheimer's was done with VECCA software, and the screen molecules were studied for interaction with the protein through software MOE. Observations: 1.34 liter of Grita was obtained. It had yellowish green color. The odor was characteristic of ghee. It tasted bitter and it was a viscous liquid. The other parameters including LOD, specific gravity, viscosity, etc. was also looked at, and it was found to be satisfactory. Coming to the other analysis, HPTLC profiling was done which gave 10 peaks, and when compared with the known marker of bacoside A, it was found to be present. And in Orbitrap LCMS, positive mode it gave 83 compounds, and in negative mode it gave 46 compounds, and with GC, 9 compounds were identified. Coming to results of in silico study, in the raw plants, after screening, the results gave a total of 300 phytochemicals were screened, and it was screened with 3 bioassays in 2 algorithms. And in the first assay, 40 molecules were found to be common, and in the second, none, and in the third, 24 were found to be common. And similarly, we done with the 138 compounds in the Ghritam, and 51 was found common in the first assay and none in the second, and only 4 in the last assay. There are 11 genes associated with AD, and among which 4 are closely associated, namely apolipoprotein E, amyloid precursor protein, and presenilin 1 and 2. And proteins that are closely associated with these 4 were identified from NCBI BLAST with the given PDB IDs. From these 4, the protein 5FN2 was chosen as the target for this study. 50 potential anti-AD candidates were screened out from the Ghritam and subjected to docking, and from these 18 hit molecules were obtained. Among these, the compound 4-bol 12-13-20 tridecanate gave the most promising results, and it was further visualized for a closer understanding of molecular interactions. These are the molecular energy scores of the 18 hit compounds. As you can see, almost all the compounds gave a score nearing to -5. Coming to discussion, the Grita obtained had normal organoleptic and physicochemical parameters. The viscosity was found to be fluctuating since it was not a free-flowing liquid. In HPTLC, 10 peaks were obtained, but its identity is not detailed in this study. And when compared with a non-marker of bacoside A, it was found to be present. GCMS gave 9 and LCMS gave 458 compounds, but most of them had the same molecular formula, and hence the instrument identified these as the same compound. 25 new molecules were found by the LCMS, whose identity is not yet confirmed. Many non-phytochemicals present in individual drugs were also found in the preparation, but some were not found. This may either have got transformed into the yet to be identified compounds or may have got lost during the preparation process. In Alzheimer's, the algorithms generated varied greatly with the bioassays chosen. This can give a hint to their mode of action pertaining to the assay used. In common, 54 compounds predicted to show good anti-Alzheimer's properties, 14 of which were actually phytochemicals present in the raw drugs, such as bacoside A from Brahmi and piperin from Pipali. Prediction models generated with Veka based on RF and J48 algorithms gave good accuracy, with all having more than 70%. And since these are all natural products, there is not much relevance to drug likeness and Lipinski's rule. Even then, it is noteworthy that 17 compounds from the Ghritam were found to have a positive drug likeness. These compounds also showed to have a good bioavailability. Many candidates also showed blood-brain barrier crossing ability, which is a very crucial element in treating Alzheimer's. These candidates also had good PGP inhibition and substrate activities also. These properties support the use of these herbal medications orally for various neurodegenerative conditions as predicted in Ayurveda. This is the 2D interaction network of the compound 4-bol 12-13-20 tridecanate. As you can see, it forms an H bond with hydrophobic and polar amino acid residue ARGA657 at an interatomic distance of 3.17 angstrom with the protein 5FN2. The molecular docking score was -5.85 kilocalorie per mole. Till date, the action of Brahmi-Ghritam on Alzheimer's have not been studied by in silico approaches, so we attempt to understand the molecular mechanisms behind the action of Brahmi-Ghritam in protein involved in the pathology of Alzheimer's through this work. The prepared sample was tested for physicochemical parameters. For identification of compounds, chromatographic techniques were used. To determine probable anti-AD compounds, Veka machine learning software was employed. Drug likeness and in silico toxicity were understood by ADMET labs. Molecular docking was done with MOE. The study gave 116 new organic compounds in the prepared medicine. 50 of them proved to be promising drug candidates, and 18 compounds are found to have a definite anti-Alzheimer's activity. Good molecular scores given by the compounds are supporting the traditional use of this medicine in Alzheimer's. This study highlights the brilliance of traditional wisdom and substantiates the claims of traditional system of medicine. This work concludes that active compounds in Brahmi-Ghritam are potent anti-Alzheimer's leads when studied computationally. Conclusion. This work concludes that active compounds in Brahmi-Ghritam are potent anti-Alzheimer's leads when studied computationally, and hence explains why this preparation is called Smriti Medhakrit in classical Ayurvedic texts. Limitations. Only one batch of the sample was prepared with no prior standardization. All compounds present are not further analyzed for identification. Anti-Alzheimer's prediction algorithms were generated with 3 bioassays only. Only the protein closely linked to genes identified in association with Alzheimer's were chosen for this study. Recommendations. Identification of remaining compounds with further chromatographic studies. In vitro, in vivo and clinical studies may be conducted. Comparison on different references of Brahmi-Ghritam may be done. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Doctor. The participant has taken 9 minutes and 49 seconds for her presentation. Now, the stage is open for discussion. I invite the judges for your remarks.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Devasena. It was a very good presentation. You have attempted a machine learning program here. It's a newer application, the science and technology, the application of science and technology in predicting the Ayurvedic formulations, the action of the Ayurvedic formulations. It was very good presentation, and have done a very good job. In silico application in compound drugs. Everywhere it is studied that single drugs are, it is very common to identify the activity of single drug through in silico analysis. You have done it in a compound drug. And you have one methodology I would like to know about it, that is SMILES. SMILES, one methodology.
Yes. SMILES, ma'am, it means simplified input of, it is a computer language for each molecule.
Yes.
With the molecular structure for carbon, it will be given C with bracket. It is like a binary language, like, ma'am. It is to identify for the computer.
Okay. Then I have identified 18 organic compounds from 116.
Last hits, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last hits. Good. It is having some hits and leads for the further studies.
Yes,
you have given that information to us regarding the in silico, the efficacy of this in silico mechanism methodology for the evaluation of the drug action.
Yes,
it is given, and you have given this Vada Pitta aspect, then Khrida, Vada Pitta, Khrida, in silico, protein. Everything is connected.
Yes.
So it was a very good experience to us. Then it will be a very good contribution to the science. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. And Dr. Devasena, it was wonderful. Actually, it's a learning process for me, really, because I'm not so well versed with the work which you have done. But one question was, you suggested in the very beginning that there are no medicines available for AD as on today. But do you want to redraft that, because there was recently a drug which had come out for Alzheimer's disease, and probably you could revise that statement. That's something. Yeah, you want to say something?
No, sir, it's okay.
That's one. And second, if you go through forward in your slides, can you just move forward in the slides a little more? I think where you select the maybe after this, go down. Maybe from here, from that structure around from there. Like in one of it, you say that you had selected few of the proteins and you discarded some other.
Yes, sir.
Tell us why you did that, because that would be very important, because you have seen 50 proteins,
yes.
out of which you selected 18. So it would be interesting for us to know why you selected those 18. And of course, the in silico methods which have shown that it would be better. But actually you say that 50 were identified which had some benefits.
Action.
And then out of which you selected 18. So that is the difference. How did you differentiate? Can you show? this one. Yes, maybe just before this. Can you see just before this? 18 hits your brain. I mean this yeah. So how did you identify this particular compound is the question.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't.
You said you had among this compound named 4 bowl, 12, 13, 20.
How did I understand this is that molecule?
Because
sir,
I don't know anything, so that's
sir, the whole compounds I have selected from the results of Orbitrap LCMS. Among that, 25 were unnamed, so I had to discard those. I don't know if those are the newly formed molecules or which have better action. I'm not sure. After our Grida preparation, maybe it is transforming. But these were probably possibly identified by the LCMS, and then I subjected them to this machine learning with VECA and screened 50 of them into probably active anti-AD properties, and these 18 gave the best results. Identification was only by chromatography, sir.
Where is your bibliography? I didn't see your bibliography.
Sir, slide numbers were... Last time also I exceeded that time limit, sir, so...
Fine.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was very interesting. And this is also not my subject area, but I think I have some general questions. Just wondering, did you do a gap analysis? Have there been any studies on Brahmi Grida in the past? No, not in silico model, there has not been. But there are several studies on Grida preparation in AD and dementia and even PD and so on. So I did not see any material on your gap analysis.
Study in this PPT. I have given it in the thesis because it's a detailed, but here drugs are different, so I didn't find it much. But there are studies, even clinical studies are available, but Charaga's Brahmi Grida.
Just one more question, I think. Somewhere in the slides that you had circulated, Shyama and Trivrt, you had correlated to operculin tarpatam?
So drug choice I had done mainly from AFI.
Okay.
AFI gives these two as operculin tarpatam. Okay. Then only I had confusion regarding the subthala.
Yeah.
It had given euphorbia draconcloids, but I couldn't find it. So I discussed with various seniors and discussed with the market available drugs and chose Brahmi.
Okay. Also the same question for Shankupushpi. Convolvulus pluricollis you had selected.
That is also in
AFI.
AFI gives the one, but we use this Shankupushpi in market available, and in South India we use.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it is Clitoria ternaceae in South India.
AFI gives this one only. I changed only this subthala. Everything from AFI.
Yeah, probably yes. Because microphylla and pluricollis, they are used in the north as candidates. Yeah.
Only AFI preference, sir, mainly.
Okay, fine. Thank
you. Nice presentation. Right. I'm glad that it's not me alone unaware of this method and this way of using machine learning and all. Right. Somewhere you mentioned that can it inhibit your compound amyloid formation? That is what mentioned in one of the slides. Inhibit.
Sir, actually, but with the genes it is possible. When we looking at the in silico method, it is possible. We need to do further in vitro, in vivo to actually substantiate and confirm.
Okay. Yes, that is one thing that Sir mentioned, that you had 40 slides. I mean, 40 slides is enough to include these things. I mean, that is not an excuse that you miss your bibliography, you miss your gap analysis and all, right? What about the prediction module that you mentioned about? Can it predict prevention? Can it predict your module? You had prepared a prediction module. You mentioned somewhere prediction. One of your slides.
Anti-AD prediction is
Yeah,
that?
anti-AD.
Yes, that's what I did with Vecca, sir. I compared the existing anti-AD molecules, their properties I have listed out, and then with the compounds that I have identified, I created the same properties, gave it to a machine learning software, Vecca, compared. And
okay. And what about this blood-brain barrier? I mean, can it cross blood-brain
that
barrier?
is also available from the in silico models. These ADMET labs gives all those details if we give a molecule.
No, it gives a. I mean,
Computationally.
it says that there is
Yes, there is a
possibility.
score. There is a score that gives like 0.0 to 0.3 gives green. That is excellent. 0.3 to 0.7 gives like moderate. Like that.
Is that for crossing blood-brain barrier?
Blood-brain barrier, it says.
Okay, that is these are all I mean computations.
Yes, according to the structurally they predict, that's it.
Okay, and similarly you mentioned it can, I mean, it can be used in various other conditions. Various other conditions. Maybe in your conclusion slide, I think. I mean, various other conditions, various conditions. There was one mention. Where is it?
Other neurodegenerative conditions also, Brahmigirda is practically given.
Okay.
So,
but that is not specific for Alzheimer's.
Not for this study.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So, which one is better? Charagas Brahmagirda or Ashtang Vagpadas Brahmagirda?
Different, sir. Both are good in their own aspects.
And what is your plan of action? Why do you want to go for in silico study? Of course, in silico study explains that Brahmagirda is useful in Alzheimer's disease. Now, your recommendation says, further in vitro, in vivo, and also clinical and preclinical and clinical studies. Why can't both of these, why do you want to do one after the other? Why can't you do it together? Because already Ayurveda is using Brahmagirda. It is an approved drug. And you are getting patients who are Alzheimer's, with Alzheimer's disease patients. Why can't you start doing this and find out the mechanism of how it is acting simultaneously?
This was my PG study, sir. I had a lot of limitations.
Okay.
Even for clinical study, we have sample size and all those. It is not easy to get that much patients in my PG work, sir.
But in recommendation, probably
we have to take it further, sir.
Thank you, scholar. Thank you, judges, for your remarks. Now I call upon the next participant. Judges, please note code number 2 on stage.
Can we just wait for a few minutes so that we can finish the marking? Thank you.
Sure.
You can start.
Judges, please note. A copy of rules and regulations and extra sheets have been provided to all of you. Now, let me invite the second participant. Judges, please note code number 2 on stage. Yes, doctor, your time starts now.
Good morning to one and all. Deep tribute to Dr. C.R. Agnives sir, respected panel of judges, teachers and my dear friends. Topic of my dissertation is Market Sample Analysis of Panchagavya Ghada, manufactured by GMP certified Ayurvedic companies in Kerala. These are the contents included in the presentation. Moving on to the introduction. Panchagavya Ghada is a Sneha Yoga explained in Ashtanga Hridaya, Uttarasthana, Apasmara Pradisheda with 5 ingredients, namely the Goshakrit Rasa, Amla Dadi, Kshira, Mutra and Ghada. All of these ingredients are added in the formulation in the same ratio. Ghada, as we all know, is regarded as best among all the Sneha Kalpanas. Vagbhadacharya says that Sarpirmajja vasatailam sneheshu pravaram madam tatra abhicha uttamam sarpi samskarasya anuvartanat. The Ghada has a peculiar property of addition of properties of ingredients added into it without shedding its own innate properties. Hence, Siddha Ghada is quite important. But in the current scenario, due to high demand and comparatively shortage, the ghee is highly expensive. It's costing more than 7 to 10 times at that of edible vegetable oil. Also, the milk products, due to its low shelf life and high demand, are often obtained in compromised low quality. They are being adulterated on large-scale production. Also, fresh drugs in the formulation such as the cow's urine, milk and dung juice, which are to be added in the formulation immediately after collection, are not often followed. The standard quality of any medicine is quite important for the reproducibility of its therapeutic effect. Panchagavya Ghada being a formulation which is widely prescribed and marketed in Kerala, there is a need of comparing the market samples with the standard prepared sample for ensuring the quality, efficacy and safety of the formulation. Research question. Does the physicochemical parameters of Panchagavya Ghada, manufactured by selected GMP certified Ayurvedic companies in Kerala, is comparable with the prepared standard sample mentioned in Ashtanga Hridaya, Uttarasthana? The objectives of the study include, there are 2 objectives. The first objective is to determine the physicochemical parameters of Panchagavya Ghada, manufactured by selected GMP certified Ayurvedic companies in Kerala, is comparable with the prepared standard sample mentioned in Ashtanga Hridaya Uttarasthana. And the second objective is to assess the preparation of Panchagavya Ghada manufactured in different Ayurvedic companies using an online survey. Moving on to the drug review, as said before, there are 5 ingredients in the formulation, and specially Amla Dadi has been indicated by the Acharya to be used in the formulation, and according to Bhava Prakasha, Amla Dadi is having Dibana Guna, Vada Shamana, Pitta Kabhagara property. Here, the Gokshira, Gomutra and Gogrida is regarded as Rasayana Dravyas, and among them, Gogrida and Gokshira are regarded as Rajasriga Rasayana, which are to be consumed on the daily basis. These are the pictorial representation of the ingredients used in the formulation. Moving on to the formulation review, almost all acharyas have explained Panchagavya Ghada and Mahat Panchagavya Ghada in the Apasmara Pradisheta, and with a common indication of Apasmara, Unmada, Kamala and Jwara, and specifically indicated for Chadurthaga Jwara. Moving on to the review of the analysis, the raw materials, namely the milk, curd and ghee, were analyzed as per the analytical protocols mentioned in FSSI. The Panchagavya Ghada, which is prepared, and the selected market samples were analyzed as per the analytical protocols mentioned in Pharmacopoeia Laboratory for Indian Medicine. The materials and methods of the study include, the study was conducted in 3 steps. The first was a pharmaceutical survey, which was conducted through an online platform through Google Forms. The questionnaire was sent to the production heads of the pharmaceutical companies having large-scale production of Panchagavya Ghada, and 9 companies participated in this survey. The second phase of the study include the preparation of Panchagavya Grida. 3 samples were prepared, which was named as prepared sample 1, 2 and 3, and 5 market sample having the same reference of prepared sample were collected from the market through a simple random sampling lottery method. And the third phase is the analysis. Moving on to the pharmaceutical study. The pharmaceutical study contains 3 steps. The first step is the collection of raw materials. In the study, the fresh raw materials, namely the dung, urine and milk, was collected from a black color's Bos indicus variety of indigenous cow, which is grass-fed and following a uniform diet. The curd and ghee was prepared by processing milk from the same source. The cow urine was collected, early fresh urine was collected in a previously sterilized container. It was used immediately for the preparation. The cow dung was collected manually by gloved hand. Processing of the raw drugs. Here, the stored butter, which is pale yellow in color after heating. After the settling of milk solids, liquid golden yellow color ghee was obtained. And the cow dung to cow dung juice. This is as per the method explained in API, where equal amount of water is added to cow dung and it was strained to a double-layered membrane to obtain the cow dung juice. And the curd was prepared from the same source of milk, where the milk was boiled and cooled, to which curd starter was added and it was left undisturbed for 24 hours to obtain the amla dhadi. Moving on to the preparation of Panchagavya Grida, the Goshakrit Rasa, Gomutra and Grida was added to a bronze vessel and it was heated and frothing was observed which settled, and at this Mrudupaga, amla dhadi was added and later Kshira was added. There is no kalka in this formulation, but the solids from the milk, curd and dung separated themselves with kalka, and this kalka was tested till Siddhi Lakshanas of Madhyama Paga was obtained, heating was stopped and Grida was filtered and stored in a clean, dry, wide-mouth container. These are the pictorial representation of Panchagavya Grida preparation. These are the final products obtained. Moving on to the comparison of the survey findings and study methodology, some important findings obtained are discussed here. Regarding the source of drug collection, only 2 companies said that they had an in-house farm and they collected the milk from the same source, remaining purchase, local purchase of the milk and all other raw materials. And among the addition of cow's urine, one pharmaceutical company said that they were adding the cow's urine after several days of collection in the formulation. Also, regarding the quality screening, 3 companies said that they were not doing any quality screening for plain Grida or final Panchagavya Grida. Remaining pharmacies either did PLIM standards or EGMARC standards for the ghee. Regarding the Murchana and addition of preservatives, none of the pharmacies followed Murchana or added preservatives. And regarding the difficulty of preparation, 2 companies said that they had an issue of unpleasant odor while preparing the formulation, and 1 company said that they had difficulty in assessing Paga, but in study methodology, no such issue was found. Moving on to the analysis was done for cow milk, ghee and curd as per FSSI protocol, and all the parameters like moisture, total solid, sugar, fat, protein, SNF, pH and specific gravity were within the limits of FSSI range. And cow's urine after collection in sterilized bottles were undergone microbial characterization, and gram-negative bacteria and 10⁻² CFU was obtained, and this when compared to that of previous studies in veterinary colleges was comparatively low, which is in the range of 10⁻⁶ and 10⁻⁸. Now moving on to the observation and results of the final product. First, in the organoleptic features, all the prepared samples were light green in color with a pleasant odor and thick semi-solid consistency at room temperature. Most of the market samples followed the same pattern, except for the market sample 3. This market sample at room temperature was liquid and it was easily flowy in nature with an unpleasant odor and brownish yellow in color. Moving on to the analysis, both quantitative and qualitative analysis were performed. The quantitative analysis includes specific gravity, pH, refractive index, iodine value, saponification value, acid value and peroxide value. Iodine value gives a degree of unsaturation. Saponification value gives the index of mean molecular weight. As the mean molecular weight increases, the saponification value decreases. Acid value gives information regarding the free fatty acid and rancidity. And peroxide value gives the number of oxygen as peroxide, and it's an indication of fat deterioration. Moving on to the qualitative analysis, test for rancidity, test for the presence of mineral oil, general phytochemical screening, TLC, HPTLC and microbial contamination was done. These are the results obtained. The first bar diagram shows the results of the prepared samples and remaining the market samples. Moving on to the observation, all the analytical parameters of the market sample 1 and market sample 5 were in comparable range with the standard prepared sample. Market sample 2, the saponification iodine value slightly low and all other parameters were within the range. But for the market sample 3, all the analytical parameters of this market sample was altered. There was low saponification, high refractive, high peroxide, high acid, high eigenvalue and specific gravity for this market sample. And for market sample 4, the refractive and acid value slightly high, but all other parameters were within the range of prepared sample. Moving on to the qualitative analysis, general phytochemical screening was done where alkaloids and phenols were present in all the prepared and market sample. An important result was obtained in the case of presence of mineral oil. This test was known as Holdy's test. On the analysis of this test, the presence of turbidity on this test indicates the presence of mineral oil adulterant of ghee, and market sample 3 showed the presence of turbidity indicating the presence of mineral oil as an adulterant of ghee in this sample. Remaining all samples showed negative effect on this. This is the pictorial representation of the Holdy's test, where the first figure shows the turbidity obtained in market sample 3 and remaining samples had no such turbidity. These are the HPTLC images where obtained for 366 nanometer, 254 and at visible light. This is the densitogram image of each of the prepared sample and the market samples. Observation and inference of the HPTLC is that 4 common peaks were obtained in all prepared and market samples with an RF value equal. Unique peaks were obtained for all the market samples, which was not observed in any of the prepared sample. As standard marker was not available at the study setting, the quantification and identification of the constituents could not be done. Moving on to the statistical analysis, for comparing the means of the prepared and market samples, an ANOVA test was done. All the parameters of the prepared and market samples were differing with the market samples with a p-value less than 0.01 except for specific gravity, indicating statistically significant result. For comparing the mean of prepared sample with each of the market sample, Sheffie's post hoc pairwise comparison was done, where market sample 3 and 4 differed from the prepared sample with a p-value 0.01, indicating statistically significant. Other market samples were in comparable range. Moving on to the discussion part, in the study, single origin cow products were used. Bhav Prakasha says that Krishnayam Gobhaver Dugdam Badahari Gunadigam Palala Trana Karpasa Bhijair Jadam Gunadigam. Such a variety of cow was used for obtaining the materials. Also, according to previous studies, it has been said that pure raw milk contains greater bioavailable nutrients, wide array of beneficial enzymes than pasteurized milk available in the market source. Also, the freshly collected urine and cow dung, which is used within 2 hours of collection, reduces the chance of microbial contamination and several pathogenic organisms in the sample. Also, the cow's ghee is having a healthy fatty acid with medium chain and short chain fatty acid. 36% of cow's ghee constitute monounsaturated fatty acid and 18% polyunsaturated. And Panchagavya Grida, after preparation, analysis reveals there is no much comparable difference in the fatty acid profile as all the analytical remains the same. But in one among the market sample, the presence of mineral oil was identified, and these mineral oils on consumption, these are saturated hydrocarbons and mineral oil aromatic hydrocarbons, which on consumption for larger duration is having mutagenic and carcinogenic properties. They may accumulate in human tissues and it may form microgranulomas. These are the limitations of the study. The chromatographic studies of the products with the available markers could have been done for the quantification of the constituents, and the recommendation of the pharmaceutical companies for the standardization of raw materials are to be revisited. And a suggestion to the drug control department is to consider the potential harmful effects of ghee adulteration and to improve the quality control measures. Conclusion, the analytical protocol followed by GMP certified company lack uniformity both in case of raw drug and finished products. Detection of mineral oil in one among the analyzed market sample indicates the adulteration of ghee in large scale production. The organoleptic features and physicochemical parameters of this sample showed wide difference with that of prepared samples, and this sample had a significant statistical difference with that of the prepared sample. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. The scholar has taken 13 minutes and 21 seconds for her presentation. Now I invite the judges for your queries and remarks.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Dr. Lakshmi. Dr. Lakshmi, it was a very nice study regarding Panchagavya Kridam. Have you identified the ratio ratio of each ingredient. In Sahasra Yoga, there is a quotation: Gomaya Digunam Mutra Mutra Dashtagunam Bhaya Dadi Panchagunam Prakta Sarpasyat Chadurgana. That is the proportion of Panchagavyas mentioned. You have mentioned that it is the proportion is equal in nature.
Thank you for the question, ma'am. But in Sahasra Yoga, this ratio has been given after the sloka, where there are also herbal ingredients, 24 herbal other ingredients are included in the Sahasra Yoga reference. And as per that, the ratio is different. And in Ashtanga Hridaya and Charaka Samhita, it has been said that each ingredients have to be taken in the equal quantity. Samer Ghridam, Goshakra Rasadhadyamla, Kshira Mutra Samer Ghridam, it has been said. So most of the pharmaceutical companies, when I had a survey, they were using the same ratio, and only very few companies had a Sahasra Yoga reference of this. So I selected the same amount.
Is there any order of addition of these ingredients?
Yes, ma'am. In Kerala, mainly the addition of milk and curd is usually done at Mridupaga. So while preparing, I mainly started with cow dung juice, cow's urine, and melted ghrida. And later, when the frothing subsided, then only I added curd, and then milk was added, ma'am.
Okay, good. Then photographs of the finished products, please
Yes.
see. Please show it. Photographs. Finished products, market samples.
Market samples.
So different in a yellow, light green, yellowish green.
Yes.
And the materials prepared by you, your surface is light green, everything. And from this market, it is yellow in color. Why?
Ma'am, because maybe when it's freshly prepared, it's light green in color, and on exposure, maybe because of the Gomaya rasa and all, on exposure in air, the oxidation process occurs, and the color may change to a slightish brown in color, ma'am.
Have you suggested any time of preparation, manufacturing date of the
Yes, ma'am.
product?
While collecting, I had checked the manufacturing date of the pharmaceutical companies I had collected. 1 month gap only maximum I took, ma'am.
Yes.
I prepared in December 2022, and I selected at the same time only, ma'am.
Then you have mentioned microbial contamination. Microbial contamination, from which part it is mainly coming? Microbial contamination in the finished product.
In the finished product, none of the prepared and market samples had a microbial contamination. Even after 4 months, all the prepared and market samples were free from microbial contamination. Only the cow's urine, when I analyzed, after collection, the microbial growth was seen. But after preparation of grida, there was no microbial contamination.
And the selection of this urine this within two hours.
Yes.
It is the ideal one.
In API, it has been said like that.
It is the ideal one.
Yes,
It is the ideal one. And you have done it in a nice way. And so many informations we got. That is from the M3 material, liquid which easily flow. The consistency of that particular composition you have mentioned.
Yes,
so I have given one light to this quality control department regarding the mineral oil present in the ghee. It is a new information for us as a market industry. You have given so many informations inputs for this quality control too, and this ratio, it is mentioned in National Hridaya itself.
Yes, ma'am. In the slogan itself, it's said.
Okay, very nice. Then your questionnaire is online survey you have done. Then pharmaceutical study analysis. This is in a very good way you have conducted the study, and their conclusion is also very much interesting. And all the best. Thank you.
It is a wonderful presentation. Just one question, Dr. Lakshmi. Can you go to the conclusion, please? Yeah, I think the last one. One more. No, the conclusion. I think the conclusion. Yes. I think so. When you say what is the one single test you would advise that a practitioner should use from your study to make sure that Panchagavya Ghritta that they are using and giving to the patient is the right one and the right quality? One test if you have, which is
So
that
the
one?
very easy method is looking at the consistency at the room temperature. Every fatty substance or the ghritta preparation will be semi-solid consistency at room temperature. And if it's having some other consistency, like very easily flowy, and it should be suspected to be adulterated, sir.
Okay. So if I am using it in North India, in a winter, what should I expect?
So then other analytical protocols had to be followed, sir.
What are they?
It's like specific gravity. If it's not in the range, it's an indicator that some solid fat content has been increased in the product. Also, this test for mineral oil is also another test. Some chromatographic studies are also there for the quantitative estimation, like flame ionization method and liquid chromatography can be done, sir.
One question, Dr. Lakshmi. Basically, I'm a practitioner sitting in a corner of some place. I need to make sure that the medicine which I'm giving to my patient is right, the right format, and the right quality. Is there something that a practitioner can do which doesn't have to be taken to a lab, or is there an instrumentation which you can develop out of what you had found out, which is simple so that ghee can be analyzed right on the spot and made sure that its quality is the right quality, like some kind of a parameter which you can develop out of this, some instrument, some small equipment which you can come out with. Have you thought about it?
Sir, this qualitative analysis of whole yeast test itself is a very simple method, sir. It can be done in a very small setting itself. This is from that we can know some adulteration has occurred to the ghee, sir. Only the method is that addition of alcoholic potassium hydroxide to the 2 ml sample and then subjecting to titration and then adding distilled water through the sides. Then if a froth is seen, it's indicated that mineral oil or any adulteration has occurred to the ghee, sir.
It is true for all ghees.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you make a document out of that, how this can be used by all clinicians and publish that? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. Right. Few questions. Right. What was your content of that Google form, that questionnaire?
Sir, we had...
Was it displayed? No.
No, sir. Only the details were displayed. The questionnaire was not displayed, sir.
Okay.
There were 6 domains in the questionnaire. It was done when my questionnaire was prepared after consulting the subject experts in our college.
Yes. I mean, these questions you sent and they
replied to
it.
Yes, sir.
Right. And I think somewhere you mentioned sample 9 responses were
Yes,
received.
sir.
9
pharmaceutical companies.
And we find only 5 here.
No, sir. This is analysis part. For analysis, I took 5. And pharmaceutical companies, I had sent for 15 pharmaceutical companies, and only 9 participated in the survey. That was done for knowing the pharmaceutical aspects of the Panchagavya Ghritta preparation, not for analyzing their samples, sir. This 5 were selected as per simple random sampling method. That was sent for, the survey questions were sent for many companies, sir. This was done.
Any how many companies, I mean, responded? See, non-response rate is also important.
Yes, sir. 15 companies I had sent, sir. Only 9 participated in this.
When there is relevance in this topic, right? We need to know who is not responding, how many are not responding, right? Maybe people who are doing it correctly are responding, who are confident enough to defend their product are responding. That is also important. So you have selected this 5 from those 9, I suppose.
No, sir. From this 9, 5 I selected, sir.
Yeah, why to exclude those 4? I mean, it's a very small sample.
Doing with the lottery method, simple random sampling method was done, sir. So 5 just I selected from that.
You could have taken 9. See, that is, I mean, out of how many the 9, that is also important. I mean, that was missing in your presentation. And mostly your work was, your slides represented this prepared sample. Lot of time was, I think, spent on prepared sample. Now, how did you, finally we get a product, right? You have these contents and you have a final product, what you call, right? So, how did you know, what quality of ghee or quality of the dung was used? How could that be judged?
Sir, I collected it from my farm only, sir. We have farm at the house.
That is for the prepared sample. I mean,
Yes, sir.
right. I'm talking about the market sample.
Market sample, sir. How quality?
Yes, yes, yes.
Sir, I cannot comment on that, sir.
Individual component.
Individual component, I had only through the survey I could know their collection methods.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think it's a good presentation. I think it's also a good contribution to the field of Ayurveda. What motivated you to select Panchagavya Ghruta?
Sir, due to this...
because it's not very commonly used compared to other Ghrutas. Yeah.
Sir, it's commonly used in Kerala, sir. Sir, when we visited various pharmaceutical companies as per our PG studies, I saw in many places that the cow urine and cow's urine had been stored for many days and they've been using after many days of collection. So I thought that we'll do a study on this. Panchagavya Ghruta is a formulation which is having all the ingredients of Jangama Dravyas and no herbal drugs are there in this Swalpa Panchagavya Ghruta. So I thought I'll take this and know if any quality issues are there in this formulation, sir.
Okay, one of the another question is regarding the quality of milk and milk products, because there's a lot of antibiotic residues that are coming in milk and milk products. So did it have any significance to your study? Did you consider that at all?
Sir, individual raw materials from the companies could not be standardized by me, sir. Only the final products I could obtain from them, sir.
Okay. Because one of the things, especially because of the high antibiotic use, there is a lot of contamination of the milk and milk products. So often we are not concerned about it. The third question is, did you look at, while showing the slides, something was iron vessel you were using? And in
bronze vessels.
No, in
ghee preparation.
Was it based on some standards, or because if whether there was any consideration of the vessel itself for preparation?
No, sir. For not like milk solids to be settled at the right proportion and to get it in the normal way, I selected iron vessel only, sir.
Yeah, because the other one was an bronze vessel. Might have some significance also in terms of the quality of vessel and the material that is used. So another variable that you may have to consider. Now go to the limitation and recommendations. Why did you put it together?
Sir, in thesis, we did the same limitation and recommendation. We did it together. So I just...
yeah, because these are pertaining to two different things.
Yes.
Limitation is about your limitation of your study.
Yes.
And recommendation is about the regulators, no?
I thought while saying, I'll say it is the recommendation and first one is the limitation.
Yeah, separated, no?
Yes.
What is your plan for future? Do you want to publish it, or do you want to do some advocacy for changing the regulator? What is your plan?
So I'll publish it and like I'll inform the pharmaceutical company which I found this an adulteration, and I'll just say them I found such an issue. If they may not be aware, because they may be collecting the ghee from different sources, so they may not be aware that their product is being adulterated by a mineral oil and all. So I just wanted to inform them that such an issue has been found in a study, so they can take more methods to make it correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges, for your valuable remarks. Thank you, scholar. Now a few minutes for the deliberation. We have an announcement to make. The books authored by Dr. C.R. Agnives sir is available and those interested can get it from the stall outside the room. Also note that only 3 copies of the book Balakandam is currently available. Remaining can be ordered on request. Thank you.
Yeah, you can start.
Now I call upon the next participant. Judges, please note code number 3 on stage. Yes, caller, your time starts now.
Namaskar to all the dignitaries present here. Myself, code number 03. The topic of my thesis is to compare the efficacy of Ayurveda treatment protocol with the standard treatment protocol in dry eye syndrome with a special reference to Shukshakshi Park. These are the contents of upcoming slides. Need of study. The prevalence of dry eye syndrome varying from 5 to 35%, which is higher in India than the global prevalence. Management of dry eye in standard treatment is only by the use of frequent use of artificial teardrops, or they have some method to preserve the natural tears, and severe cases they will do ocular surgeries. These methods only maintain the moisture in the eye, so are used to be lifelong to keep the condition under control. In Ayurveda, a number of treatment modalities have been described for the management of Shukshakshi Park, which not only include localized measures but also systemic use of drugs. Acharya Shushruta has mentioned Vatabhishan Chikitsa with local measures like Ashyotan, Seg, Snehanjan, Nasya, Netra Tarpan. Jeevnya Tel Nasya and Jeevnya Grit Tarpan are used frequently by many practitioners, but complete Ayurveda protocol has never been taken in the research studies or no evidence or data found. These are some of the previous research works. Research question is, what will be the efficacy of Ayurveda treatment protocol in dry eye syndrome Shukshakshi Park in comparison to standard treatment protocol? Primary objective, to evaluate the efficacy of Ayurveda treatment protocol in target symptom of dry eye, that Shukshakshi Park, that is irritation or foreign body sensation in the eyes. Secondary objective, to assess the improvement in rest of the symptoms and quality of life in the dry eye syndrome patients. Hypothesis is whether the therapeutic intervention of Ayurveda treatment protocol will be more effective in the management of dry eye syndrome Shukshakshi Park in comparison to standard treatment protocol. Null hypothesis, the Ayurveda treatment protocol is not effective as the standard, and the alternate is the Ayurveda treatment protocol is more effective than the standard treatment protocol. This is the methodology we adopted. Initially, screening and assessment for eligibility was done for all the patients. Then the randomization was done with the help of computer-generated random number chart, and the baseline evaluation was done. Group A contains 15 patients with 30 eyes, and Group B 15 patients and 30 eyes. After the baseline evaluation, intervention was given. For Group A, Ayurveda treatment protocol was given, and for Group B, standard treatment protocol was given. Then the final evaluation after treatments were done and follow-up for 28 days was done. The total duration of the study was 95 days, including the follow-up, that is 67 days of treatment and 28 days of follow-up. After follow-up, data analysis and interpretation of result was done. Criteria for selection, inclusion criteria, patient is of either sex, age between 18 to 50, and willing and able to participate in the study, having presenting with the sign and symptoms of dry eye syndrome and Lakshana of Shukshakshi Park, as mentioned in the text, and Mathmuni's dry eye questionnaire, score greater than or equal to 14.5. Exclusion criteria, age group less than 18 and more than 50, severe cases of dry eye, allergic or inflammatory conditions of eye, and history of hypersensitivity to the trial drug. These are the criteria for diagnosis, subjective parameters, which was made by taking from the objective parameters. Like first one is the irritation of foreign body sensation, that is Gharsh, feeling of dryness and hardness in the eye, Darunuksh Vartam, blurring of vision, Avil Darshanam, difficulty to open and close the eyes, Sudaran Pratibodhan, pricking and tearing pain, Tod and Bhed, redness Rag, burning sensation Daha, and photophobia Kundit Vartma. All these subjective parameters were graded from 0 to 4, that is 0 no symptoms, up to 4 always having symptoms. These are the objective parameters used. First one is the visual acuity by log bar chart for assessing the vision. Then the slit lamp biomicroscopy to rule out any pathology in the anterior segment like blepharitis or myomitis, etc. Then the fluorescein dye test for assessing the corneal surface pathology by the use of NEI grading system. Then the Rose Bengal dye test for conjunctival pathologies and graded as per the Oxford grading system. Then the Schirmer 1 test for assessing the aqueous tear production. Then the TBUT for assessing the tear film stability, and the LipiView interferometry to measure the thickness of lipid layer of the tear film, and the ocular surface analyzer, which further include 4 types. Like first one is the interferometry to assess the thickness of the lipid layer. Second one is the NIBUT, that is non-invasive TBUT, again for the stability of the tear film. And next is the tear meniscus height for aqueous production of the tear, and the last one is the meibography to study the meibomian gland atrophy and morphology. The last one is the conjunctival impression cytology. For this, the sample was taken from the bulbar conjunctiva of the patient and the slides were prepared. Then these slides were scanned under the V-scan microscope in up to 3000 sections, and the goblet cell morphology and count density as per the Nelson grading system was done. Severity of the disease diagnosed by McMoney's and McMoney's dry eye questionnaire, which is a international questionnaire and used after taking permission from the McMoney's Association America. This is the questionnaire having 14 questions. And the OSDI, quality of life assessed through the OSDI, that is Ocular Surface Disease Index chart. Lab investigation and tests before and after done, like CBC, fasting blood sugar, lipid profile, renal function test. These are the drug used in the protocol. First one is the Amritottaram Kashayam, having reference Kashaya Prakran Jwar Chikitsa Shastriyo, contains Shunti, Guduchi and Haritki, and Brisht Haritki, reference Bhavamish Bhaprakash Nigandu Shalipat Chikitsa. For this, 1 part of Haritki and 1/4 part of arand oil was taken in an iron pan, dried, fried, then dried, and powder was done. Next one is the Jeevnia Tal and Jeevnia Grith. As all the content of Jeevnia Gana are not available, so here we use the drugs as per mentioned in the Vishwakarma Bhaprakash, like Dari Ashwagandha, Shatavi Ashwagandha in 2:2 ratio, and Mugdapani, Mashpani, Jivanti and Madhuki in 1:1 ratio. These are the method of preparation of Jeevnia Tal and Jeevnia Grith as per the Sharanda Samhita Madhyam Kand. Next one is the Drakshadi Ashodhana, contain Lodra Draksha and Sadalavan in 1 part, 1% and 1%. This is, and the drug was prepared by the distillation method at our pharmacy lab. And last one is the standard ocular drug and their doses, which were used in the standard treatment protocol. Group A, Ayurveda treatment protocol, which was made after taking reference from the Shushut Uttantantra Vatabhishen Pratished Adhyaya Chikitsa, like Pujitam Sarpishchata Panamakshto Tarpanam, Grate Jeevnianasyam Telem Chaduna, Parisheke Hitachata Paya Shitam Sasadavam. From this, we made a protocol. First one is the Nidana Parivarjan Chikitsa, second is the education regarding the Pathyas. For this, we made a chart and given to all the group A patients. Then Deepan Pachan followed by Ghritapan, this is Rasayan Chikitsa, and procedure Netasek, Nasya, Tarpan and Ashyotana. This is the complete Ayurveda protocol. For the first 7 days, the patient was given Amritottaram Kashayam 10 ml twice daily before food and Arandabrisht Haritki 3 to 6 gram at night for 7 days. Along with this, Netra Sek with Sandav Lavanda and Goduk once a day in mild cases or 2 to 3 times a day in moderate cases for 5 days was done. After this, Nasya with Jeevnia Tel for 5 days, starting from 0.5 ml with an increasing dose up to 2.5 ml in each nostrils was done. And after 5 days gap, Tarpan is done with Jeevnia Grith for 5 days. In between the gap of Nasya and Tarpan, Drakshadi Ashyotan, 1 drop 3 to 4 times per day in mild cases and 5 to 6 times per day in moderate cases was given to the patient. This completes the 1 sitting. So total 3 sittings was given to the patient starting from 8th to 67th day. Along with these procedures, we have given Jeevnia Grith 10 gram twice daily with milk for 60 days to the patients. Group B, taking standard treatment protocol, was made according to the International Dry Eye Workshop Report 2007, which gives the staged management. Step 1, education regarding the condition, its management and treatment prognosis, modification of local environment, education regarding potentially dietary modification, identification and potential modification, elimination of offending systemic and topical medication, ocular lubricants of various type, lid hygiene and warm cup press. In step 2, that is moderate dry eye syndrome, if above options are inadequate, then use tear conservation methods like punctal occlusion, moisture chamber devices, overnight treatments such as ointment, prescription drugs like topical antibiotic or antisteroid combination drugs, corticosteroid secretagogues, non-glucocorticoid immunomodulatory drugs and oral tetracycline. These were the assessment criteria was done before and after the treatment. Subjective and objective parameters through a standardized grading scale and quality of life of the patient through OSDI chart. This is the OSDI chart containing 12 questions. Observation, total 33 patients were registered, out of which 30 completed and 3 gets lava. These are the demographic profile. Most of the patients were lying in the 26 to 35 age group, having gender male, graduate and having private job with Prakriti, Vatapita predominant Prakriti and Mandagni. These are the Nidanas. Most common Nidanas were seen as Sukshma Nirikshanash, Klesh and Ushnabhitaptasya Jalparveshat. This is the McMoney's dry eye index score. Most of the patient of group A lies in the score between 15 to 20 and group B 21 to 25. And the ocular surface disease index score, most of the patients were lied in the mild to moderate category. The effect of the study assessed by using non-parametric and parametric tests. Subjective parameter within the group by related sample Wilcoxon sign rank test, and between the group by independent sample Mann-Whitney U test. Objective parameter within the group by pair T test and between the group by unpaired T test. These are the results of group A within the group, shows highly significant results in all the subjective parameters, and objective parameter like OSDI, distant visual acuity, best corrected visual acuity, slit lamp biomicroscopy, TBUT, Schimmer's ones, fluorescent staining, rose Bengal staining, lippy view, OSA TMH, and myography of lower eyelid. In group B, within the group shows highly significant results in all the subjective parameters, and in objective parameter OSDI, best corrected visual acuity, slit lamp biomicroscopy, TBUT, fluorescent staining, rose Bengal staining, and OSA TMH. These are the comparative effect on subjective parameter of both the groups. Shows significant result in irritation of foreign body sensation, that is Ghersh, feeling of dryness and hardness in the eyes, difficulty to open and close the eyes, and burning sensation, that is the. These are the objective parameters of comparison of both the groups. Shows significant result in distant visual acuity, TBUT, OSA TMH, and myography of upper eyelid. These are some of the graphical and pictures presentation of the patients of the complete thesis. In OSDI, we get 73% relief in the quality of life of the patient of group A and 52.5% in group B. In the visual acuity, we get in group A shows 12.5% relief and group B shows 3.6% relief. In slit lamp biomicroscopy, group A shows 100% relief and group B shows 67% relief. These are some of the pictures of upper palpable conjunctiva of the patient, showing before the treatment pale conjunctiva which was resolved after the treatment, and showing healthy pinkish conjunctiva after the treatment. Then the Schimmer 1 test, group A shows 7.8% relief and group B shows 14% relief. These are the images of Schimmer's strip, and here the wetting area of the Schimmer strip for the aqueous production of the tear was noted. Then the TBUT, group A shows 53.3% relief, group B shows 46% relief, and these are the images which was done by using the fluorescent stain and seen under the slit lamp microscopy by cobalt filter. These are the fluorescent dye staining score, and these are the rose Bengal staining. We get 80% relief in rose Bengal in group A and 76 in B, and these are the changes in group A showing mild staining which was resolved after the treatment. These are the lippy view. These are the reports of lippy view. It shows the thickness of the lipid layer. Then the ocular surface analyzer, which provide various information like OSA LLT, OSA TMH, OSA NIBUT. These are the images of aqueous. Here we measure the aqueous tear production, and here from in NIBUT we measure the Myers, distortion in the Myers, and we measure the NIBUT, that is non-invasive TBUT. And these are the mammography. We can see the gland atrophy of the meibomian gland. Then the conjunctival impression cytology, we get 88.9% relief in the conjunctival in the goblet cell count and density in group A and 100% in group B. Overall effect of the therapy in group A shows marked improvement, and while the group B shows moderate improvement. Discussion: dry eye syndrome is one of the most frequently encountered disease and shows similarity with Shukshakshi mentioned in Ayurveda. In Ayurveda treatment protocol, Nidan Parivarjan is the first line of treatment, and the Amritottaram Kashayam and Aaron Bharisht Haritki, having Deepan, Pachan, Rasayana, Loman and Chakshushya properties, were act on Sarvdehi dosha and cure the disease. Netra Sek is mentioned in the Ekadash Shota Chikitsa and indicated in the acute stage of the disease. So Sandalavan and Goduk Netra Sek, having Deepan, Pachan, Shaman, Ropan, Chakshushya property, will pacify the Sthanik dosha and Pak. Nasya Karma is mainly indicated for Urjatukat Vikaras, and Tarpan has Netra Triptika properties. Jivaniya Gand, having Chakshushya, Balya, Jivaniya, Rasayan properties, and Tiltel and Gogrit having Chakshushya properties, pacify the Vat and Pitta dosha and cure the disease. Ashyotan Karma is indicated in Nati Prabal dosha, so Drakshadi Ashyotan having Chakshushya, Shothar, Balya, Jivan properties used in between the gap of Nasya and Tarpan. Summary: Ayurveda treatment protocol was found to be significantly effective in irritation and foreign body sensation, ghersh, dryness and hardness in the eyes, difficulty to open and close the eyes, and burning sensation. Objective parameter like distant visual acuity, TBUT, OSA TMH, OSA meibography. And after 20 days follow-up, most of the patient of group A show no or mild recurrence of symptoms, while group B shows most of the patients show recurrence. Conclusion, both interventions show highly significant results in reducing the sinus symptom Shukshakshi but the primary objective was retention of foreign body sensation in the eyes. And on comparing both the groups, we get a significant result. The hypothesis is rejected. Limitation, recommendation, reduce sample size, longer follow-up is needed, more advanced techniques needed, can be applied to moderately severe and severe. Contribution to society, sustainable treatment, economic treatment as compared to the standard treatment. Recurrence rate is low and no side effect of medicine. See, these are the bibliography. Thank you.
Thank you, scholar. The scholar has taken 15 minutes and 23 seconds for her presentation. Now I invite the judges for your queries and remarks.
Hi. Thank you for your detailed presentation and your effort. Look, can you elaborate something on that standard treatment protocol?
Yes.
Right. You compared your Ayurvedic treatment protocol versus your standard treatment protocol, which is always already there. DUWS 2007. Was there any revision to that 2007 protocol?
No, sir. We didn't get till now.
No revisions.
No revision.
That was the final document that was released in 2007 because it's quite, 15-16 years, maybe more than that.
Yes, sir. So actually, the most commonly used is 2007. The higher institute like RP Center, AIMS were using this protocol only. That's why I choose this protocol. Most of the hospitals were using this protocol only.
Okay. Regarding your null hypothesis, right? Why did you keep Ayurveda treatment protocol below that standard protocol? Is it that way that null hypothesis is stated?
No, sir. Not.
No, it is mentioned. Can you kindly? Yeah, that was there. Yes.
So I mentioned that it is not effective as.
Yes, that is my question, because that is not the purpose of null hypothesis. Null says both are same, no arguments, and from the evidence that we get, right, we want to either refute it or we want to accept it, right, reject it or accept it. Okay, so in a sense you have kept it inferior to whatever has remained. What made you to do this, that remains unclear.
Sorry, sir, but sir, we mentioned here that Ayurveda treatment is also effective as a standard treatment. We are not inferior the standard treatment protocol.
No, your null hypothesis says that is not the purpose of null hypothesis. That is what I want to convey, right? Next, why do you need a Ayurveda treatment protocol? That was little unclear, right? Now there was mention regarding standard treatment protocol, and I've seen that a lot of conditions have come in standard treatment protocol. I think they're using steroids, they are using antibiotics and all. Okay, so certain are infective, certain are inflammatory, right? So does it treat the same way, whether infective or inflammatory? That is, could you explain?
Sir, in standard treatment protocol, it is mentioned that they use different drug for different conditions, and also they have mentioned that they provide the temporary relief only. But in Ayurveda treatment protocol, we work on the pathology. We are not giving any supplement to the patient like they are. These are what people are giving. We only break the pathology. The main pathology behind is hyperosmolarity and inflammation of the ocular surface. So we based on this and with the concept of our Ayurveda, we made this protocol. And sir, the question you asked, like why we have chosen this protocol, because in my career and my guide also teaches me that most of the patients were not cured only by giving oral medications at home and
that is what I wanted. We want evidence that something is there, there is a gap, right, which was not there on the slide. Okay.
It is
One
not
more
in the
question.
slide, but these things were mentioned in the thesis.
Yeah, definitely. You have given, I mean, I have mentioned previously, 40 slides is enough to represent some major findings and these things. Okay. Now, is it a trial?
So it's a pilot study.
But still a trial.
Yes, it's a trial, so clinical
Yeah,
trial.
clinical trial. So, what about the ethical clearance or ethical consideration that you have taken?
Yes, sir. I have taken from my institute and from AIMS also, where I have conducted all the advanced technologies tests.
Usually, what we do, I mean, when you do a trial, we register a trial. Is there something
Yes, I have it
registered? Right?
Yes, sir.
Kindly mention that. Okay.
CTR,
It, yeah, it requires just a small sentence there. Okay. Now, follow up. After how many days the follow up was done?
28 days.
28 days. I mean, 28 days. One of your treatment protocols says day 67.
67th.
Yeah, 67th day.
Yes, sir.
After that.
After that, 28 days. The total duration of the treatment was 95 days, sir.
Okay, for the standard treatment protocol, right?
So-
Not compared to standard treatment, but I mean, how do you differentiate the follow-up period?
No, sir. Sir, for plus minus 5 range, we will take like this. 67, we gave the patient 67 days of treatment standard also.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a very, very interesting presentation and quite significant in the current situation. So my question is, in one of your slides, you mentioned about Ushnabhitaptasya Jalapraveshat.
Yes.
That was the method that you used to elicit the nidana of the thing. Have you also looked at the modern nidanas, like usage of screen?
Yes.
So, do you think, do you think that those traditional nidanas are still significant for such a study? What is your opinion on that?
Yes, sir. So these are very significant, sir. If we look into the Sukshma, so we can compare it with the computer vision. And in Delhi population, like most of the IT companies are very much. So most of the patients were using, even in the COVID pandemic also. Even child are also using computers. So Sukshma, we can compare with this. And Ushnabhitaptasya Jalpariveshat is like, we can compare it with like, we are using AC and outside the hot climate, and we came outside inside, and we take the hot and cold water like this. We, sir, and clash, that is stress. Even in the definition of the dry eye, it is mentioned that this condition will lead to depression in last stage. So we can, sir, it is very highly significant, we can say.
Yeah, that is precisely what I wanted to know, because I think in this kind of research frameworks, I will come back to that in the afternoon, but I think you need to do the correlation hypothesis very clearly, because in the Nidana, he may be a better person to talk about this. There is some association that you can link, but you cannot make causation, because causation needs much more stronger evidence. So I think that protocol of correlating whatever the ancient texts have told about Nidana and its contemporary thing is very significant. And that's missing in a most transdisciplinary approaches. That is first comment. Second is, you mentioned in your conclusion that dry eye syndrome shows similarity with the disease entity Shushka Chipaka mentioned in Ayurveda. Yes. How conclusively can you say this?
So by comparing the lakshanas and the disease pathology process.
Yeah, have you done that?
Yes,
whether you have done the samprapti correlation?
Yes, sir.
This was related to my previous question as well. From Nidana to samprapti, have you done the correlation, or is it only the symptom correlation?
No, sir. Sir, from Nidanas to everything I have correlated.
Yeah, because there are some missing links sometimes if you don't explain it properly. Because you say Akshistejomayam tasya visheshat shleshmato bhayam.
Yes.
But then you're in this framework, you're talking about more ruchatva and those kinds of symptoms. So it will be good if you explain the Samprapti correlation slightly better. That is my suggestion. And what is your plan? Do you plan to publish this study?
Yes, sir. So we are planning to publish in a higher journal like British Counseling and American Counseling with the help of my guide and co-guide.
Okay.
We will publish it soon.
Just one more comment. I think you observed for 28 days. And do you think it will have much more longer term impact? What is the possibility of sustaining the impact after one course of Ayurvedic management?
Yes.
What is your? Yeah.
Sir, even I have followed the patient up to 6 months also. Even some of the patients were also in contact with me till now. And even after 6 months of the treatment, patient didn't show any recurrence. Sir, I have followed, but I only presented the data up to 28 days, but I have followed all the patients of both the groups, for group A and group B also. Thank you, sir.
Hello. It was a nice presentation. You have done a good job. I would like to know about the laboratory investigations and tests you have given. In that, you have mentioned CBC, FBS, PPBS, lipid profile, and RFT. Why you omitted this liver function? Because you are giving the Samardotharan Kashayam and the Brishtaharidagi, air and the Brishtaharidagi as a Deepanapajana.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we consider
Because these two drugs are liver protectors.
Yes.
So while you are doing this laboratory test, why this omission of this liver function? Is there any significance, insignificance in that?
No, ma'am. Significance not like that, but we consider it like Am and Pakwa Avastha and Agni. Depend upon the Agni, we choose this. Mritotram Kashanam and Vishtharitki. And it, lipid profile test, ma'am, we have given these tests because of we are giving Jeevanya Grit for almost 2 months to the patient. That's why to see any changes in the lipid profile of the patient and sugar levels of the patient. We have.
Okay. Then the subjective parameters, can you show that?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Subjective parameters. Yes. Yes, she has mentioned all the correlations with this modern correlations and the clinical features itself. It is a symptom correlation is there.
Yes.
Samprapti is not there. Samprapti Vikhatana is chikitsa. Then the protocol, while giving this, before giving these drugs, we can mention the protocol first. Then based on that, the drug selection. Okay. It will be good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, doctor. It was a wonderful presentation and really good work. Actually, congratulations for this. Just a few questions. One is the standard ocular drugs in Group B. There were several of them. Why was it? Because you were not giving the medicine. These patients were referred from somewhere else.
No, sir. These are our institute patient, and I took them to All India Institute of AIMS Delhi, where my co-guide is, and he will prescribe the drugs as per the need, and I only.
So it was not one single drug, but it was several different drugs which were prescribed by the practitioner.
Sir, it depends upon the condition of the patient.
But the condition is the same because you are treating the same kind of a condition, so it cannot be different.
Yes, sir. But the cause may be different. Some of the patient having blepharitis, some are having myomyelitis.
Okay.
So
related to that, did you say in your patients you were following up for more than 28 days and now for 6 months? Have you asked them to do Nidana Parivarjana, and how was it possible? Because somebody who is working in a computer, and if that is the reason or that's a Nidana, then how do you overcome that, and what kind of a strategy you have taken for that?
Sir, is it true that they will not completely do the Nidana Parivarjana Chikitsa, but I will tell them to use minimum. Like we gave the chart to the patient, taking so I tell them to take these diet on the, and these are the lifestyle modification, like sit in the proper position when he or she is using computer, and follow the palming exercise, and then the 20-20 rule we explain to the patient. because we know that patient never compromise with his or her work. So we tell them to do like this only.
And what are the limitations of your study?
Sir, limitation of the study, sir, reduce sample size. We can use more sample size, but due to COVID pandemic, we didn't do this. And sir, we can use many objective parameters like trial proteomics, in which we can study the protein structure of the TL film. Although we have collected the samples and preserved in -80, but due to budget concerns, sir, because it is taking 1 lakh per patient expenditure, that's why we didn't do this. And sir, or many advanced questionnaires like DEQ5 and all will be used in future studies.
How do you think you can make it more easy for the patient to carry on? Because yours is a 92-day treatment, whereas applying eye drop is much more simpler. So what do you think, how are you going to improve your treatment methodology so that it becomes more patient friendly?
Yes, sir. Sir, for let's say we can change the method or tell the patient to do at home, or any other method like soaking some in cloth in water and then apply on the eyelids. And we can use nasya instead of marsh nasya, we can use Bhartimarsh nasya, so he or she can done at home. And instead of tarpana, we provide the eye drops like form growth preparation eye drops.
Where did you use the Jeevanya Taila?
Sir, for nasya.
For nasya.
Yes, nasya. Thank you so much, respected judges.
Thank you, judges, for your comments. Thank you, scholar. Now we'll have a few minutes of contemplation.
established in 2014 under the Travancore Kochi Charitable Societies Registration Act with the guidance of the Ayurveda Medical Association of India. The foundation aims to organize various research-related activities, documentation, treatment protocol development in various clinical conditions as well as in emerging diseases, development of disaster management strategies, conducting CMEs publications. The official launch of the foundation was done by Padma Shri Dr. M.S. Valethan on the 23rd of November 2014 at Thrissur. Many fruitful interventions have been made in the targeted areas since its inception.
Okay, you can start.
Now I invite the next participant. Judges, please note code number 4 on stage. Scholar, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, respected judges, and good afternoon to all. My thesis topic is development and validation of a tool for the assessment of gender acne in school-going children. My contents include introduction, background and rationale, methodology, observation and analysis, discussion, limitation, recommendation, discussion on utility of tool, and conclusion. First, introduction. Agni is the gatekeeper of life. Concept of Agni is the most important part of Ayurveda. Jadra Agni considered as base of all metabolism in our body. Nature of Jadra Agni is assessed by Jarana Shakti. Evidence-based research is highly needed for the global recognition and acceptance of Ayurveda. Need of our is validation of different concepts and development of tool for further research. Background and rationale. Comprehensive knowledge of the basic ideologies of Ayurveda is purely acceptable scientifically due to lack of evidence. Jadra Agni is of the prime importance of maintenance of health as well as causation of disease. There is need of a tool for evaluating Jadra Agni. This dissertation seeks to understand score of Jadra Agni and different factors influencing Jadra Agni. Research question. Is it possible to develop and validate a tool to assess Jadra Agni in school-going children? Aim to develop and validate a tool to assess Jadra Agni in school-going children, and the objectives were to develop a valid tool to assess the Jadra Agni in school-going children and to categorize Jadra Agni as Pravara, Madhyama, and Avara. Methodology. Study design is the descriptive study setting schools in nearby area, periods of study 18 months, and sampling consecutive sampling. Sample size as per Nunelli J.C. 1978 Psychometric Theory 2nd edition, McGraw-Hill publication, New York. 10 cases or observation per indicator. As per the suggestion of statistician, expecting 2 questions for each variable. There are 11 predefined variables are there, so a sample size of 220 was fixed. Inclusion criteria. Any gender, individuals of age group are having 6 to 12 years. Parents who have given informed consent and children who have given assent. For validation, all school-going children included under current study, underweight and overweight children, that means BMI less than 50 and BMI greater than 22 can be included in the for validation. Exclusion criteria, children with evident clinical features of hormonal imbalance and developmental delay or failure to thrive. Tool developmental process, nature of measure qualitative, and type of instrument used were structured, diffuse, closed-ended questionnaire. First stage, conceptualization, the turning of conversion of research ideas to a common meaning. This process ultimately leads to a formation of new concepts. Different aspects of attribute were analyzed. Experts helped to clarify the concepts and a conceptual definition was obtained for each quality. Second step, operationalization, the turning of the concept to a measurable one. To operationalize, these variables were grouped under different domains. The 3 domains are as follows: domain of influencing factors, domain of Jadra Agni indicators, and domain of effect of Jadra Agni. Third stage, item selection. Through a series of pilot steps, item selection was done. Overlapping and confusing questions were deleted. The questions crafted in the initial stage were 74. After departmental discussion for their clarity, relevance, and essentiality, 29 were found to be unsatisfactory and deleted. 45 statements were selected after analysis and submitted to the content adequacy panel. Fourth stage, item wording. The sentences were in simple and uncomplicated form. The framing of questions were done in a simple manner such that a literate person could easily understand it. The study group in this study was 6 to 12-year-old school-going children. So the questions were asked to the parents. Item sequencing. This was done to make the order of questions relevant and interesting and to increase the variety of responses. Questions with good content validity arranged first. Sixth stage, formatting the responses. Level of measurement using an ordinal scale. Scale of measurement using Likert scale. 4-point Likert scale was used. Scoring pattern includes scores of 0, 1, 2, 3 for each question. The highest score indicates a better quality of general. Translation and back translation were done by two bilingual translators. The mother tongue of the translator was the target language and two back translation were done. The translators were blinded to the original version. Pre-testing. Pre-testing was done by obtaining responses from experts, peers, and a small representative group of potential respondents. Expert review done in 9 experts, peer review in 6 PG scholars, and respondent review done in parents of 4 school-going children. And 9 questions were found to be unsatisfactory after pre-testing were deleted. Pilot study, a major step of tool development, it mainly for the feasibility of the approach. It is conducted in 22 subjects, around 10% of total sample, and it took a period of 1 week. Questionnaire containing 36 questions was administered in the pilot study. The responses were scored as per Likert scale. Modifications were done after the statistical test carried out after pilot study. Test the retest reliability. It is mainly for how time gap affect the result of the data. The statistical test used here was intra-class correlation coefficient. Test was done in 10 selected subjects who participated in the pilot study in a time gap of 3 weeks. The test given for the first time was recorded as T1 and the second time recorded as T2. 11th stage, administration of instrument by preparation of research proforma. The proforma had 3 parts: informed consent, basic information, and tool for assessing gender acne. Measurement of BMI by weight in kilograms by square of height in meter. Validation of tool by face validity, content validity, and measurement of internal consistency done by Cronbach's alpha. Cronbach's alpha is the measure of scale reliability. Modification in the instrument after completion of statistical analysis. The Cronbach's alpha for 23 items were found to be 0.672. After deletion of 7 items having intra-class correlation below, item total correlation below 0.2 were deleted. After it improves from 0.672 to 0.746. Scoring pattern of final tool after reduction of items. 0 to 16 indicates average gender acne, 17 to 32 indicate Madhyama, and 33 to 48 indicate Pravaraj gender acne. Observation. Distribution according to BMI. Out of 220 subjects having BMI, the 70 subjects having BMI less than 50 and 121 subjects having BMI in the normal range and 29 subjects having BMI greater than 22. Distribution of subjects having BMI less than 15 based on Avara, Pravara, and Madhyama gender acne. Out of 70 subjects, 18 subjects having Pravara gender acne and 52 subjects having Madhyama gender acne. Distribution in normal BMI range. Out of 121 subjects, 68 subjects having Pravara gender acne and 53 subjects having Madhyama gender acne. Out of 29 subjects having BMI greater than 22, 12 subjects having Pravara gender acne and 17 subjects having Madhyama gender acne. Mean value of gender acne in these 3 groups were the value in BMI less than 50 it is 43.52, in normal range it is 48.14 and greater than 22 it is 45.58. Statistical analysis. Pilot study was conducted in 22 subjects with 36 items, out of which 10 subjects retest. Test retest reliability number of items 36 items to get as 0.634. Above 0.5 can be considered as acceptable. Test for normality by Kolmogorov-Smirnov and Shapovalov test. The Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, the lesser value less than 0.5 can be indicated that data follows normal distribution, and the greater value or greater than 0.5 Shapovalov test indicate that the data follows normal distribution. The 13 questions were deleted after these tests. Internal consistency with Cronbach's alpha for 23 items were 0.672. Item total statistics having item total correlation below 0.2 and negative item total correlation were deleted. 7 items were deleted. KMO and Bartlett test is mainly for adequacy of sample. In this test, the value in this study is 0.776. The above 0.6 can be considered as acceptable. Total variance explained before deletion of items is 55.810 and after deletion of item, it improves to 57.617. Reliability statistics after deletion of item. The Cronbach's alpha improved from 0.672 to 0.746. Scraters follow a normal distribution, normal declining range, and it has a shape of elbow shape. Discussion. Out of 70 subjects having BMI less than 15, 25.7 having Pravara acne. Out of 121 subjects having normal BMI, 56.2% having Pravara acne. Out of 29 subjects having BMI greater than 22, 41.4% having Pravara acne. Summary and conclusion. The tool had significant correlation, good internal consistency, good content and face validity. From the factor analysis, it can be concluded that the tool had good construct validity. The cumulative percentage of the variance of final tool were 57.617%. 7 items were deleted and 16 items were retained in the tool after main study. Limitation. Methods other than questionnaire were not employed during study and influence of social desirability. Recommendation. Tool can be administered in other population with unhealthy condition. Methods other than questionnaire used to assess gender acne. Discussion on utility of tool. Improper digestion cause many health issues in children. So this tool can assess gender acne in that group. The final range of score of the tool were 0 to 16 indicate average gender acne, 70 to 32 indicate Madhyama gender acne, and 33 to 48 indicate Pravara gender acne. Any score less than 16 are likely to have pure gender acne. And this tool is also beneficial for academician, physician, and BMS students for proper diagnosis and appropriate treatment, prognosis of disease, and prevent complications, and help in further research. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. The scholar has taken 10 minutes and 53 seconds for her presentation. Now I invite remarks from the jury.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have seen a soul in your tool development. Yes, you have done it in a very statistically it is done nicely, nice. And then steps were defined in a fair manner, and it was very much interesting. It's I think it is required in our basic research as well as in the our basic principles. It will be a very good tool for our basic principles in the sense of this acne. It is only a simple involvement, intervention, but it will be beneficial for the academician, physicians, and BM students. It's a proper diagnosis, appropriate treatment. Everything is nice. Then why you have selected school-going children?
Because in this group, we can mainly see the improper digestion. Mainly the childhood can be divided as 4 stages. The infancy stage and second and third in school-going children, and 4th stage and adolescent period. Mainly the first stage and last stage, there are rapid growth in height and weight. And in adolescent age, mainly sudden decline is there. And also there is a study related with survey study to obesity in school-going children in rural area. They found that about 44% of children were undernourished. At most in Kasaragod district. In Kasaragod district, about 54% of school-going children were undernourished. And also there is a need of value the gender acne in that group. And also in this group, for adult, there is a tool for evaluating acne by Kishore Padwardhan sir. And in infancy, there is also a tool for acne. There is a tool lacking this age group. So that I'm selecting this group. And about 12 years, there is a changes due to some development of secondary sexual characters of all. So excluding that, I include this age group.
Okay. You can develop some early detection methods regarding this digestive disorders. Like that, you can develop, I think, early detection methods in digestive disorders, gastrointestinal disorders. Then this will be a very good tool, initial tool for the assessment of this gender acne. Then one more thing, so score and different factors influencing. One slide is there, score. Is it different factors influencing this gender acne?
11 predefined variables are.
Yes.
11 predefined variables are there, like ahara quantity, ahara quality, lavulya, activities, frequency of intake of food, frequency of disease, and water intake, sleep. Such 11 predefined variables are there.
Okay.
We are ഇതിലാണ് നമ്മൾ 11 ഐറ്റംസിലാണ് നമ്മൾ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തെടുത്തത്. ഇതിൽ ആഫ്റ്റർ പൈലറ്റ് സ്റ്റഡി കുറച്ച് വേരിയബിൾസ് നമ്മൾ റിമൂവ് ചെയ്തു. മെയിൻ സ്റ്റഡി കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴും കുറേ വേരിയബിൾസ്
shown in your slides? No. Yes, it will be a good information. That's how you have designed this score sheet. That is, this will be it is missing. That's right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a very good presentation and very good effort in terms of standardizing the diagnostic methodologies. There are very few studies in Ayurveda of this nature, so it is quite significant. Now, my questions are, I have multiple questions, but I'll limit it to 3 or 4. You had these 10-11 factors for Agni, but what is the classical Ayurvedic textual basis for that selection? Like drinking water, does it relate to Agni? So what was the basis for that?
We all selected the all predefined variables on basis of Ayurveda. Example, water intake, there is in Ajirna, there is excess intake of water can cause Ajirna. So it's include in this study. And we collected all items from 6 academician and 6 clinician as the prime step of tool development. And also check എല്ലാ വേരിയബിൾസിന്റെ സയന്റിഫിക് ഇതും കൂടെ നമ്മൾ ഡിസ്കഷനിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
Maybe you have to explain it a bit more because Ajirna is a pathological condition. Avaragni and Pravaragni are states of non-pathological nature. So I think those differentiation should be done and we can discuss that because that is required. So some details of this correlation should be done. Second is there is a correlation between Prakriti and Jatragni. So did you have any such variable of Prakriti and Jatragni?
ആക്ച്വലി പ്രകൃതി അസസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. ഇതിൽ 220 സബ്ജക്ട്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു സാമ്പിൾസ്. മാക്സിമം ഇത് നമ്മൾ എക്സ്ക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഗവൺമെന്റ് സ്കൂൾസ്, CBSE സ്കൂൾ, അങ്ങനെ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ലെവൽസിൽ നിന്നാണ് സെലക്ട് ചെയ്തത്. ബട്ട് നമുക്ക് ജഡറാഗ്നിയും പ്രകൃതിയായിട്ട് അസസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. കാരണം അത്രയും സാമ്പിൾ സൈസ് ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് ആ ഒരു പ്രൈം സ്റ്റെപ്പായിട്ട് ജഡറാഗ്നി മാത്രമേ അസസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളൂ.
Okay. One more related question. There can be short-term complications. See, Jatragni state, especially in this age children, can vary based on what they consume on a daily basis. So, and this is a cross-sectional survey.
Yes,
and in a cross-sectional survey, the challenge is that you might have a child coming saying that there is some problem. So, have you factored in that in your study? Like if there is some variation in their thing due to some seasonal problems or something, have you factored in that?
In this study, as a prime step, I only studied in healthy individuals, healthy school-going children.
Yeah.
So there is a recommended in also doing in unhealthy children also.
Yeah, what I'm meaning is that sometimes variation in Agni could be a small, like 1-day issue. So in a cross-sectional study, if you map it, you may miss whether they are healthy or unhealthy. And children pick up very fast. I mean, the next day the situation may be different. So did you, probably you have captured that in your statistics.
There is a chance, but actually the questions were asked to the parents.
Okay.
And as a general, not at that particular day, as a general, general features.
Okay. See, I think the glad thing is that our Agni was not there. And I think that's a very positive thing in your finding, at least for school-going children. Do you think the internal validity consistency of 0.74 is reasonably good? What do you think? Because it should be above, I mean, if it should be excellent, it should be above 9.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Above
So,
0.8 can be considered as good. 0.746 can be considered as acceptable.
so do you think you can further improve on your study for internal consistency?
Yes, sir, definitely. Because we are evaluating even in unhealthy condition, we can improve that score because there is more accuracy in that acne evaluation. So,
Yeah. That will be one step further if you are able to improve the internal consistency. Thank you.
Yes, a great attempt. I mean, not many go and venture into tool development. Right. My question is, what is your study design? I mean, is there a design?
it's a descriptive qualitative study, sir.
But that is again, I mean, your tool validation. I mean, it's not a study design.
Yes, sir. It is coming under.
Either you can say it's a diagnostic text evaluation. That is a kind of design we can say, right? But which could be done qualitatively.
Yes.
Right. So that need not be there as a study design. What you mentioned, descriptive. Again, it's all descriptive. Okay. So, what is the sensitivity and specificity of your tool? I mean, you are administering this to find some condition, right? So how correctly can it identify that condition? How correctly it can identify the opposite of that?
In this study, നമ്മൾ ഹെൽത്തി ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റുഡൻസിലാണ് വാലുവേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് അൺഹെൽത്തി ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് കണ്ടീഷൻസ് നമ്മൾ ഓൾറെഡി പ്രെഡിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ആക്ച്വലി വാലിഡേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് പാണ്ടു, കൃമി അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഡിസീസിലൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് വാലുവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന വഴി നമുക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ആക്യുറസി കൂടുതൽ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റും. അതർവൈസ് ഒരു ഗോൾഡൻ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ്സ് വഴി ഒരു ക്ലിനിക്കൽ എക്സ്പേർട്ടിനെ വെച്ച് കമ്പയർ ചെയ്ത് നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റഡി എങ്ങനെ അസസ് ചെയ്യും എന്നുള്ളത്, എത്രമാത്രം അസസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. പിന്നെ മെയിനായിട്ട് അൺഹെൽത്തി സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ സോഷ്യൽ ഡിസേറബിലിറ്റി ഇസ് ദെയർ. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ പേരൻസ് എത്രമാത്രം അതിന് ആൻസർ ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ള അതൊരു ലിമിറ്റേഷൻ ആയിരുന്നു.
So this questionnaire is for parents or
for parents?
For parents with regards to their children between 6 to 12 years of age.
Yes.
Right. Okay. But and BMI is one of the parameters that you are right. So which formula are you using?
Here using height in means normal BMI score, and the reference is got from Santosh Kumar sir, pediatric clinical examination.
Okay. Are we? I mean, the BMI score or BMI, that calculation that you have shown, that is for adults.
But according to in this his book, അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ആ BMI range മാത്രമാണ് കൂടുതൽ മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്.
Mostly we use a growth chart.
Also we can use percentage chart.
Yes, that is more relevant in this growing age, because you yourself mentioned that weight, yes, weight changes with age, right? So we cannot use that formula, but we use for adults, right? That is one thing with and your with regards to your sample size, right? For every question you have given, you identified 10 individuals.
Actually, as per Nunelli JC, 10 indices for each variable, but actually I take 20 means for each variable two questions.
For every that 11 is domain.
11 is not 11 are predefined variables, also 3 domains are there.
3 domains.
Gerarachny indicators, Gerarachny particulars, and effect of Gerarachny. 11 predefined variables are there, like ahara quantity, ahara quality, frequency of intake of food, nidra, water intake.
So that takes a total of 220. That is how it takes, right? Again, your Cronbach's alpha, I mean, you need to mention your sensitivity and specificity. Maybe you all will be going to publish your findings, right?
Yes.
So there should be a mention regarding your sensitivity and specificity, and I think there is time to work upon your Cronbach's alpha. There is, because you have done a lot of work, right? So maybe you need to work more and find which or what items can give you a better Cronbach's alpha based on that, right? It's a great attempt. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. It was really good. It was really wonderful presentation. I just had one question. Like, what was the connection to your previous studies? You mentioned that Dr. Kishore had already published something, and then, so did you take did you model your questionnaire based on those questionnaires, or it was totally new?
No, sir. Kishore Padman, sir, for evaluating acne in adult, there are 11 questions are there. I collected questions from 6 statistician and 6 academician based on acne.
Okay.
The prime step selected 74 questions are there. After departmental discussion for clarity relevance, all such that we are excluded 29 items, and finally 45 items were given to the content adequacy panel for pre-testing.
No, the question was
Not follow models of Kishore Padman.
You did not follow that. Okay. Why didn't you follow that?
Because the age group is different, sir, and also the prime step of tool development. There is the prime step is the collection of questions from academician and clinician. That's why I collected it from.
Okay, you created a new questionnaire
Yes,
at all.
sir.
Okay, and again, what like just to reconfirm my doubt, you had in your pilot you had 22 patients.
22 subjects, sir.
And then in your full study you had 220 patients. So they're two separate studies. You had a
Yes.
pilot and a separate study. Okay, right. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, scholar. Let's take a couple of minutes for deliberating the results.
In Ayurveda, around 40 doctors were given 3-year continuous training under eminent nationally accepted faculties.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Let me invite the final participant. Judges, please note code number 5 on stage. Doctor, your time starts now.
Very good afternoon to all. I'm my chest team to present before you my thesis entitled Development and Validation of a Smartphone Application for Determining Andarnaga Mushti Pramana of Madana Pipali. So, moving on to the rationale of the study, of all the drugs enumerated for Vamana, Madana Pipali occupies foremost position, mostly because of the Anapayatad Guna. So, the widely practiced method of Vamana uses Madanafala Pipali at an average dose of 10 to 14 gram to make Vamaga Yoga along with the other ingredients irrespective of the individual factors. Concerning the proper dose of Dravya to elicit Shodhana, Acharyas put forth the concept of Sarva Samshodhana Matra Pramana. And it is told that this Matra Pramana should be Prati Purusham Abhekshidavyani, emphasizing the need of personalized doses. So one such instance of the application of Pradipurusha Matra in the context of Vamana is Andarnaga Mushti Pramana of Madana Phala Pipali. So the studies done in this aspect concluded that the classical method of using Andarnaga Mushti Pramana of Madana Phala Pipali as superior to the traditionally practiced method. But there are no studies done so far exploring the possibility of fixation of Andarnaga Mushti Pramana by relating it with body surface area. So, our study methodology proposed relating Andarnaga Mushti Pramana to hand surface area, which in turn will relate to total body surface area. By relating, we will have the benefit of mitigating variability of patient size and thereby to improve drug clearance. So, the basic motivation of this proposal is the anticipation that a user-friendly technology-based dose fixation will encourage practitioners to follow Andarnaga Mushti Pramana. And the research is based on the question whether artificial intelligence can be used to fix the dose of Madanaphala Pipali. And aim is to calculate Andarnaga Mushti Pramana by developing a smartphone application incorporating AI. And the objectives we delta to plot a relation between individual hand surface area and Andarnaga Mushti Pramana, to develop a smartphone application that could determine hand surface area of an individual and then calculate the dose of Andarnaga Mushti Pramana, to validate the application by comparing app-generated output against dose taken in Andarnaga Mushti Pramana by volunteers under the supervision of expert Ayurveda physicians. So coming on to the methodology, the study design is methodology of design thinking, and we limited our population to be South Indian population, and we included volunteers belonging to the age group of 18 to 60, and we excluded individuals below 18 and above 16, also those who have any type of physical handicap, fractures and rheumatics. So such studies need a large sample size. So here our sample size is not predefined, but to develop this model, we use data from 85 subjects. So on a high end, the procedure of this study can be detailed under 5 steps, starting with the data collection and recording, progressing to image processing, further on to data analysis, and then to development of the Android application and its validation. So detailing onto the procedure of the study, first we define the study setting and sample population. Here it is South Indian population. And then we determine the anthropometric parameters for data collection with the expert consultation from 2 anthropometricians. Then we fixed most reliable formula for calculating total body surface area and South Indian population. Then we developed a 44-item data sheet. After that, we did a pilot study to fix the guidelines for image capture. And based on these guidelines, we started data collection. Consecutively, we worked on image processing with the collected hand images. And we fixed our technique as OpenCV to calculate hand surface area. And using fine contour application in OpenCV, the pixel area of the hand could be calculated. To convert this pixel area into centimeter square, we developed a formula wherein the capturing device sensor specifications are needed. So we modified the study methodology as per this image processing technique. So as we modified the data collection sheet, then we calculated the hand surface area of each sample in 4 ways. Then we applied regression model into these data sets. Hence, the app validation, app development and validation was done. So, detailing on to the process of data collection. For data collection, for each individual, we took about 30 to 40 minutes. We started with the anthropometrical data collection, and the anthropometrical parameters selected were based on their relevance to the study design and outcome. Then it was followed by recording the 2D tracing of the palmar aspect of the hand, then followed by capturing image of the hand, then calculated the Andarnaga Mushri Pramana of Madanaphala Pippali. Then continuing on to the image processing. So image processing itself is a signal processing concept. So we defined a technique in Google Colab to calculate the palmar surface area of the hand image in centimeter square. Then later, all the collected data were segregated under 4 headings like HSA1, HSA2, HSA3 and HSA4. And the other heading was Andarnaga Mushri Pramana. So the relation of HSA 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4 with 3 was studied, and its relation with Andarnaga Mushri Pramana was studied statistically. Then we developed a simple linear regression model, and this model worked as once we input the image processing value into it, it will output the Andarnaga Mushri Pramana. So based on these findings, we developed a single user system, a single user application, Android application, and this will run on a specified Android device only. Here it is Vivo Y11. So the app validation was done by checking the values, that is application generated output, against Andarnaga Mushri Pramana. It was done on 10 subjects who does not belong to the training dataset. And we checked for good agreement between the values, and the results were app generated output was at an average of 1 to 2 gram less than that of the Andarnaga Mushri Pramana. So the participant data flow of the study can be picturized as, of a total, we got data from about 85 individuals. So the results can be summarized as, once we took the image of the palmar aspect of the hand, adhering to the guidelines we laid down as per the pilot study, we could get the Andarnaga Mushri Pramana of the individual from the hand image only. So let's discuss the importance of selecting body surface area with the Andarnaga Mushri Pramana. So body surface area based dosing is an emerging paradigm in modern posology. So this paradigm was based on some factors. That is, in any warm-blooded animals like in humans, it is proposed that the rate of metabolism is directly proportional to surface area. Also, the drugs accumulating in extracellular fluid should be more precisely dosed when they are related to body surface area than the body weight. So our Vamagadravya, that is Madanaphala Pippala, is also postulated to act on the extracellular fluid. So this explains the rationale why body surface area as an indicator to correlate Andarnaga Mushri Pramana. Also, in Charaka Samhita, Acharya has put forth the concept of any a physician who knows to apply Aushadha after examining each and every individual, that is Purusham Vikshya, with due respect to dosha and kala, can achieve the title of Bishakuttama. So, one such instance where this concept of Purusham Vikshya applied is in the context of Andarnaga Mushri Pramana of Madanaphala Pippali. Here, Andarnaga Mushri Pramana, that is the matra of Aushadhi, is related with the morphological characters of individual. The morphological characters of individual are detailedly explained under Pramana Sharira. So, Angula Pramana, as a tool of measurement, itself can be considered personalized because it varies from individual to individual, and it can be considered standardized because it is not an absolute value but a ratio of the length of the parts measured. So, the individual variability of doses, considering multiple factors, is considered as a way to achieve Samyak Yoga. So, this method of individualization can be adopted in our clinical practice also. So, our present study is a model of translational research which fosters multi-directional integration of basic research, patient-oriented research, population-based research, and multidisciplinary collaboration. So, this model is not new to Ayurveda, as Ayurveda itself can be considered as a translation model, translating Tattva to Shastra and Shastra to Vyavahara for the benefit of mankind. So, discussing methodologically, in design thinking approach, the discussion can be considered under 5 steps, starting with defining the problem. So, here our problem is the widespread practice of not adhering to the individualized dosing. So, we possibly developed a solution by relating Antarnaga Mushri Pramana to individual body surface area. And based on that idea, we developed a prototype incorporating the principles of machine learning. So, the testing of the developed product as discussed under the validation. And here, design thinking process is a non-linear process, and we need to refine the final product, and it could only be possible by consolidating the suggestions from the end users. So, discussing the results, we can see that by this study, we could plot a relation between individual hand surface area and Antarnaga Mushri Pramana. And the study results also proved that artificial intelligence can be used to fix the dose of Madanaphala Pippali. And the result could throw a light on mode of the action of Vamana Ushadi and the principle behind the unique concept of Antarnaga Mushri Pramana. Summarizing, by incorporating the principles of design thinking and through the technique of machine learning, we could develop an Android application. As itself said, design thinking is a non-linear and iterative process. We need to further work on this project. Concluding, we can say that the role of choosing the right drug and right dose remains a challenge for most of the clinicians. The emerging concept of individualized dosing, mentioned as Pradipurusha Matra, is underutilized in nowadays clinical practice. So, the present work could lay out an insight on this to achieve the title of Bishak-Uttama. So, the limitations of the studies are, we relied on globally accepted BSA formula, and it may have error in applying onto South Indian population. And also there is a need to use globally accredited anthropometric calipers. Here, the anthropometric findings may not be conclusive because of the relatively small sample size. So there is a need to conduct the study on large sample size. Also, the proposed image processing pipeline here is not scalable, hence we need a foolproof method. Also, the developed image processing technique is device specified. So the recommendations I have in this field are, we could develop deep learning model for image processing by developing photoanthropometric indexes. Also, there is a need to conduct such studies on large population. Also, we can develop deep neural networks to calculate hand surface area and thereby to create an AI-based model to attain precision dosing. So why artificial intelligence? It is suspected by the researchers that the application of AI in healthcare is expected to grow by 37.5% from the year 2023 to 2030. So by the growing availability of the healthcare data sets, the growing demand of personalized medicine are some of the driving forces which force us to enable the machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms for the easy detection and intervention in human healthcare. So our science can also benefit from the application of artificial intelligence, thereby to expertise our clinical skills. With this, I am concluding my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, scholar. The scholar has taken 12 minutes and 30 seconds for her presentation. Now I invite the judges for your queries and remarks.
Doctor, it was a nice presentation. I have given some lights on this artificial intelligence technology, and I have informed us about the translation research, the need of translation research in Ayurveda, and the correlation between the total body surface area and the posology. Body surface area and posology. Then especially this Vamana drug in extracellular fluid, the levels of action, Then Pradipurusha Matra, morphological characteristics regarding the Pramana Shariram. And it is, you have done it in a nice way. And nowadays we are facing the dosage in pediatric medicine. Can we apply this AI in pediatric medicine? Dose fixing.
Based on this body surface
Ah,
area?
yeah.
Yeah, studies are emerging, ma'am, only. We can, study says that we can apply based on each person's body surface area. Nowadays in chemotherapy, they are fixing dose based on this body surface area. But the main problem is that there is a lack for a fixed formula to calculate the total body surface area. Because here also I used Du Bois and Du Bois formula, and it may also have some limitations. There are 18 internationally qualified formulas, but all of them have their limitations because this Du Bois formula can't apply in some other population. All these formulas are population based only, ma'am. That's the problem.
In our Arigya Kalpatrima, there is some dosage is given for a pediatric. Can we translate that dosage in this way? Is it possible? You can work on it. It is Pradipurusha. I think this Madanapala Pipali, then Andarnakha Mushti Pramanam. It should be translated. This kind of concepts are there. This kind of some terminologies are there in our system. If it is explored, it should be explored. Okay. Because in the you have informed the role of artificial intelligence in our translation of our certain terminologies. It was a very nice presentation, and you have informed the Shruti, Yukti and Anubhava, Tattva Shastra and Vivahara. And based on that, we could develop some retrospective aspects. We could develop some this kind of data science, and some omics also. We could work it out. Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Can you explain what is design thinking?
So design thinking, it is a non-linear and iterative process, and it starts to address it starts with the thinking of how to solve a common problem. So here our problem is not adhering to the Andarnaga Mushti Pramana of Madanapala Pipali. Here we are practicing a generalized dose. There is around 10 grams to 12 grams for each and every individual, and that dose may or may not elicit the proper Samyak Hina Yoga. So that's our problem, and we do things on that, how to solve this problem, and how can we force the physicians to indulge in this Andarnaga Mushti Pramana. So I think if one could calculate the Andarnaga Mushti Pramana simply by taking a image, then I thought the practitioners will follow this. And by also laying insights onto the importance of adhering to this Andarnaga Mushti Pramana. So I selected body surface area as an indicator to emphasize the significance of Andarnaga Mushti Pramana, sir.
My question was, how did you, like after that, how did you use the design thinking to utilize the technology of AI and machine learning to come to the conclusion? So how did you design the whole thing? Because you started with one hand and one handprint,
Yes.
and then you went for 85 people.
Yes, sir.
And so how did this iterative process happen? Like what made you come back? What was the each and every time? What was getting improved every time that you went back to the computer? What was the machine learning out of it?
Sir, first we started with just taking a picture of the hand, and the basic idea was taking a picture of the hand, and it could output the amount of Andarnaga Mushti Pramana. So that was our basic problem. Then we started thinking of the ways, how could we get out a way of this. So on searching, I could know that there was no such way, or there was no such way to calculate the hand surface area of such unstructured objects. We could calculate the surface area of a wall painting or a leaf, but we couldn't find out the hand surface area of such unstructured object. And also there are some problems, like once we take the image of the hand, there is a simple slight a difference between the palmar and radial aspect of the hand, dorsal and palmar areas. So based on the lighting only we could solve that. So we worked on that for a long time. And after that, I could knew that if I worked on that direction, I couldn't develop a model on this. So I started with capturing only the palmar surface area. Else I could do the two-dimensional hand scanning also I could do, but I started with only the palmar hand surface area. Then I thought for some anthropometric measures. So the problem arises of this body surface area formulas. So no such studies have been done in the Indian population regarding the body surface area. There was only one study by Dr. Agarwal. So he selected for Du Bois and Du Bois formula. Actually, the formula has a problem because it is formulated from only 9 subjects, but most of the researchers use Du Bois and Du Bois formula. So I also opted for this Du Bois formula. And thus I incorporated this anthropometric measures to this image capturing. And I did a pilot study for fixing the capturing guidelines. But there arises the another problem. Once I took the images and did the image processing, this machine learning algorithm will give the hand surface area in pixel. But we could get the value in centimeter square only, then we could correlate. So that's the second problem. Then we could develop a formula for solving that problem. And for this formula, the sensor specifications are needed. The capturing device sensor specifications are needed. So that that problem was also a little bit solved. But I'm still working on it because this formula, it should be applicable to all device. Otherwise, this app couldn't be used by all. And also, the next problem is that it is only done on a sample population of 85. So it needs to be extrapolated to large samples. And also, these anthropometric parameters we selected, it was only based on the consultation of 2 anthropometricians. For them, they did not know about the Andarnaga Mushi Brahmana and its significance. So they could not sort out me which will be the most reliable factor for this. So only from this, and we could use in our clinical practice, and we can see how much difference it was giving to the basic dose of Andarnaga Mushi Brahmana and with the app generated outcome. Then we could work on the parameters which all could be included and which all could be neglected. Likewise, I think it could be worked more on this aspect, sir. Sir, this scale, because I told you this lighting, for making this scalable, I think we have to develop some photo anthropometric indexes, because now it is only the technique of OpenCV. By developing photo anthropometric indexes, we can make the system to identify some landmarks in a photo and then trace the border. It is now manually doing, sir. So it is not scalable now, but we are working on that, and I wish it could be a foolproof method.
One more question, because you are limiting yourself by thinking that it should be this is my suggestion probably,
Yes,
thinking that it should be a part of a a mobile phone. If you take it out of the mobile phone concept and think that this is a separate diagnostic instrument, probably you will be able to do this, and then which can be plugged into any mobile phone. That could be something you can think about.
Yes,
Probably, did you think about that, and have you started working on that? Because
no, sir. Currently I'm working on this image processing technique. I will think of that.
because there are a few work happening in IIT Powai and all, in this direction. So probably you should connect with them and try to work on that.
Thanks.
Hi. What is the name of your application?
It's Madana only, sir.
Excuse me, Madana. Right. I mean, it's good. I mean, we are using artificial intelligence and machine learning, and many areas are used in medical science, right? So your sample size, you told 85 samples. I mean, what is your results like? What your results section? What does it convey out of this 85 samples?
So, sir, my results, I think it could only be a full a result.
No,
if only
can you show it? Now, what significant change did you find? I mean, using this technique and the conventional method.
So, sir, I couldn't observe any change in ourselves because it's not available to the physicians. But I expect once it is released, the physicians will more stick on to this usage of this app, and that's the way they were sticking on to the Andarnaga Mushri Pramana, and that will be a much more better dosing method for Madanaphala Pippalli. I wish that, sir.
No, what is the margin of error that you identified here?
That is about 1 to 2 gram.
So will that affect the management?
Yes, sir.
That 1 to 2 gram, is it so important that it needs to be corrected?
Yes, sir. Everything needs to be corrected. I am working on that. But, sir, it could only be corrected if we could extrapolate the study to a large sample, including
How
more
large?
population.
How large?
Sir, artificial intelligence-based projects need lakhs of samples.
Yeah, but that is the relevance of sample size,
Yes,
right?
yes,
You
yes,
need to
yes,
identify. You need to identify the adequate sample size. We don't know what proportion of the sample makes this 85, right?
No, sir. I haven't made a proportion of the sample size. I know it will be a lakhs of sample size, but we can't predefine the sample size. Only when we get the images of different population and different sizes, we could reduce or extrapolate it to large numbers. That way only we could progress, sir.
Now, do we need lakhs of numbers? I mean,
Maybe it needs or may not.
because anthropometry, I mean, mostly, I mean, you mentioned that this is for the South Indian population,
Yes,
right?
sir. We limit
That South
our
Indian race we can call. I mean, it's similar, right?
Yes, yes.
And there is gender-based differences as well.
Yes.
Some variations could be there, right?
But
So,
the gender variation, I think, sir, for women, a
yeah.
little bit less body surface
Now,
area.
have you seen? I mean, have you mentioned that? Have you seen any difference between?
Yes, sir.
That's not shown here. I mean, the
Women have less body surface area than men, but it is only proportional to their body weight and height only. And their hand surface area, I'm calculating hand surface area only. So it is proportional to the body surface area. And in Indian population, while I'm doing my thesis, I noted that the hand surface area comes to about 1% of the total body surface area. And in Western counterpart, the studies report that it is about 0.8%. Maybe that will be because of the smaller body surface area of the Indian population.
It could be there, right? I mean, there is a lot of opportunity in this. I mean, in applications and what artificial intelligence, right? Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very interesting presentation. It's also very transdisciplinary. Quite, I think you have captured a lot of it in this presentation. But why did you select South Indian population? What was the logic?
Sir, to select the sample size and for my convenience only, I limited the population to South Indian population.
So you went to different South Indian states and collected the data?
No, sir.
It's only
for my convenience, we have more patients from the South Indian area states. So I selected South Indian population.
okay. There was any significant difference between the states or any variation?
No such studies I haven't done so far, sir. But there are variations.
Okay. That is one thing. Then I think second, I think it's really well presented. But one thing, if you go to the conclusion, can you please? Maybe it's not there in this slide. It's not there in this slide, but you shared the slides with us. You had shared, in which you had verbatim copied from Redlarsky study. So please avoid such thing. And in authenticate, you in your thesis there is some 16% similarity. So I think it is acceptable, but I think it's very important that we keep a similarity check very authentically and reduce it. Try to make it below 10. And especially in such presentations or when you share slides, don't use verbatim statements. So it is only a suggestion and it is a practice. Also, the bibliography was missing in this presentation. You had Tyson's work quoted, Ledras. All these are very, very important works, so you could quote that. So I think, yeah, that's it. I think a lot of potential. So all the best to you.
Thanks.
Thank you, judges, for your comments. Thank you, scholar. Let's take a couple of minutes for contemplating the results. We are hereby concluding the morning session. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the jury members for your valuable remarks, the finalists for their thought-evoking presentations, and we thank everyone who have gathered here for your time and patient hearing. The time is 1:35 p.m. now. Let's disperse for lunch. Food is served on the left side of the hall. Do enjoy your lunch and kindly rejoin by 2 p.m. We will resume back with the concluding session at sharp 2 p.m. Thank you. Thank you all.
of India. The foundation aims to organize various research-related activities, documentation, treatment protocol development in various clinical conditions as well as in emerging diseases, development of disaster management strategies, conducting CMEs publications. The official launch of the foundation was done by Padma Shri Dr. M.S. Valethan on the 23rd of November 2014 at Thrissur. Many fruitful interventions had been made in the targeted areas since its inception. The Ayurveda training program was a breakthrough in the field of cancer treatment in Ayurveda. Around 40 doctors were given 3-year continuous training under eminent nationally accepted faculties.
Good afternoon. We request the delegates to kindly be seated. We'll be starting the valedictory session shortly. We take a moment to acknowledge our sponsors, Ayurvedashala Kottakkal, Sri Dut Papeshwar, ICICI Bank, Deshiya Ayurveda Pharmacy, SNA Aushadashala, Balvedics, Dabur India, Triveni Pharmaceuticals, and Vempally Ayurveda Hospital. We acknowledge our sponsors here, Ayurvedashala Kottakkal, Sri Dut Papeshwar, ICICI Bank, Deshiya Ayurveda Pharmacy, SNA Aushadashala, Balvedics, Dabur India, Triveni Pharmaceuticals, and Vempally Ayurveda Hospitals, and Sitaram. Good afternoon. On behalf of Ayurveda Medical Association of India and Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, we welcome you all to the concluding session of the grand finale of Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial 4th National Ayurveda Thesis Competition 2023. We request the dignitaries to kindly take seats on the dais. Dr. V.J. Uday Kumar, Dr. K. Muralidharan, Dr. Lee Nasiri, Dr. C.V. Jayadevan, Dr. Rajesh Yen, Dr. Ajit Kumar KC, Dr. Anand S, Dr. Jigesh PP, Dr. Arjun M, Dr. Raju Thomas. We invite you all to the dais. We now request Dr. V.J. Uday Kumar, former Executive Committee member, CCIM, and ex-president, Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, and the chair of the concluding session, to share his remarks.
Respected Sir, Dr. C.D. Leena, President of Ayurveda Medical Association of India, Dr. C.V. Jayadevan, Dr. Ajit Kumar, and the respected judges and my dear friends. We are coming to the last session of this important function. Actually, it was my long cherished wish to organize a national program after the demise of our beloved Agnives sir. In the meantime, the Medical Association Research Foundation decided to conduct a national level thesis competition also. Fortunately, in 2020, we had in Malappuram an opportunity to host the state conference of the association. As a pre-conference event, we started this prestigious program in 2020 as an offline mode. After that, you already know, after the pandemic, the last 2 sessions were in online mode. Now we came into the offline mode. And with the help of the Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL, and all behind us, we succeed to conduct this program in a nice way. I think this kind of activities, Agnives are more like to continue in our science. Always he reminds us, be a scientist, not a lover of this science. That is, he always reminds us. I feel that he always fond of students and teaching Ayurveda, and also very fond of conducting various seminars, right from after Ayurveda seminar in 1990. After that, you already know Darshana, Manas, and various seminars. Each and every seminar will put some changes in our system. I remember that after Ayurveda seminar, our associate started a series of classes of CME. He always remind me, there will not be any charaga to come here and revalidate the system. We are the people to revalidate this science. That is why we are organizing this kind of program. And fortunately, we decided to conduct this program. And now in this year, we had a very good response from all over India. And it is our intention to propagate the research activities and research mind in the people of the younger generation. I think all the papers presented here is giving a lot of insights in the forward. With these words, I conclude my presidential address by paying my pronouns to beloved Agnives sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now request remarks from the jury. We invite Dr. Geeta Krishnan to the dais for his comments.
Respected elders and friends and colleagues on the dais and off the dais. It is a pleasant surprise for me when I was invited to participate in this seminar as a judge to judge the presentations which were made here. But today I was blown over. That's what I should say, because I had to relearn many of the things. I was requesting the organizer. I think I asked Ajit to give me a certificate so that I had learned 5 more things today. So I have to have the certificate. That kind of thing. It was really, really wonderful. More than that, it is more inspiring, because this is exactly what you require in Ayurveda and for Ayurveda to move forward. It was very, very difficult for us to choose between the best or to judge any of you. You all 5 of you were extremely good, and I found myself incompetent to judge any of you. That's the truth. So but still we had to give some marks. And what I found was, one thing was, maybe next time when we give that mark sheet, probably you might have to think there could be new opportunities that are coming and new criteria which need to be included. For example, statistics was sometimes not required for a few of them, but then that was one of the criteria which we had to go through. So such things probably we'll have to sit with, and the last criteria, last checkbox should be maybe redefined and redone. But I think we did a good job in trying to ignore many of the things which you could ignore, and go forward with the bright things which you had said. Once again, it was a great experience, a great learning experience for me and a ray of hope and light after seeing 5 of you. And I'm sure that another 200 of you were there, and it would have been a great difficult thing for the jury to have shortlisted 5 of you out of them. But thank you so much for this opportunity again.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Sheila Kalam for her remarks.
Respected dignitaries, on and off the dance, my coaches, participants, contestants, and my dear friends. It gives me a very healthy and happy mood to be here in the memory of Dr. C.R. Agnives sir. Agnives sir's vision came true now. Agnives Hridayatandre Charaga Pradisamskrida. We are Pradisamskaranam. We are doing Pradisamskaranam to our some views and principles and practices here. I would like to thank AMA Arif for giving me such a chance to address all of you. And like Gidakshan said, it was a learning process. Myself, I am involved in a research program, and presently I am trying to involve in the latest technologies driven by the system. And we gone through this today we gone through machine learning, artificial intelligence, tool development, in silico analysis, analytical in silico analysis, market survey programs, everything we have. Then clinical research, five types of presentations were there, and it was a nice experience to me. And we express our sincere gratitude to KOTTAKKAL Ayurveda too for providing such a great support to the AMA, Research Foundation and KOTTAKKAL Ayurveda for providing such a great support to the upcoming young researchers. And all the best to our contestants, and have a nice day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We now invite Dr. P.M. Krishnan for his remarks.
Respected dignitaries, colleagues and friends. As my previous speakers and jury members said, it's really an encouraging day. As I was evaluating these when the slides were shared, I found that the selection of these 5 theses were very purposively done. One was a community survey, the other one was a docking study, one was a clinical research, another one application of artificial intelligence, personalization, very transdisciplinary. So these 5 areas are really, I think, covering the gamut of Ayurvedic research that is being done or should be done. I'm very happy. And so I would like to congratulate the AMA Research Foundation for taking this initiative. And this is the 4th year. I think this has got a long way to go in promoting research in Ayurveda. Only last 20 years we have seen a research community emerging. So I have 2 suggestions to make. One is that probably AMA could also look at how to publicize these studies in high impact journals, because that's not been happening. Most of the Ayurvedic publications come out in predatory journals, which is very negative. Then the second, so we need to aim at really good impact journals, which are globally cited, because that's the way we can communicate our evidence. Secondly, I think research capacity needs to be improved, both in terms of presentation and in terms of doing research itself. You can see that a lot of work has been done, but how it is being presented, you have all the data, you have written a detailed thesis. While presenting, you have made it into like 40 slides, as Dr. Tony mentioned. I think it's a good number of slides to express your points precisely. But I think there you need to have a lot of capacity. So I think these 2 areas, in terms of capacity building and publication in good impact journals, will be the possible next steps for AMRF to take forward. So my humble salutations to the memory of Agnives sir. A lot of fond memories also Dr. Prakash Mangalasheri. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and all the best to the contestants. I think in semi-final there were 15 of them. I think I'm just thinking now how good those must have been, those 15 papers. Only 5 of them came to this stage. So all the best to all these. And those who submitted the 178 or over 200 papers, I think they're bold enough to come to the research committee. So we should definitely appreciate them and take them forward in this. Thank you very much.
Wilson for his remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and students and scholars. I would like to first thank the Ayurveda Medical Association for giving me an opportunity to be part of this program. Maybe I was not the first choice. My associate professor was supposed to come, but 2 weeks back he had planned something else, so I had to come here. But it was a great experience for me because I mean, seeing diversified areas being included in these these 5 presentations that were there, right? Clinical, you have artificial intelligence, right? A lot of things, newer things have been included. Sir told that only 20 years into research and publication in Ayurveda, but we cannot wait much longer, right? Any longer, right? Because everybody is giving emphasis on research, let it be modern medicine or Ayush or homeopathy, whatever, right? So we are in this race, and it is good that 200 publications on what all India basis have come, and it's a competition. So ultimately 5 of you have come here, you have presented here. I have few comments, right? Now thesis is one academic document that you submit, and there is something called thesis defense. You have discussion. So you have thesis discussion or thesis defense. Now, when it comes to a stage like this, here you are presenting your paper, right? So you are standing here with, you have to be here with conviction. This is not thesis defense. You cannot say that I have mentioned everything in my thesis. No, when you're here, you have to, you're presenting to the audience and the jury, the judges, right? So it is from your presentation that we decide who is excelling or who is getting the prize or whatever. It's a competition ultimately, right? So my suggestion or my request to the youngsters, I mean, when you're here, you present it as your original paper. Don't think that everything is there in the thesis. Somebody will go back to your thesis. No, nobody will go back to your thesis. Only your thesis reviewer will go back to your thesis. We go back to your papers, right? We go back to your papers. When you publish it, we go back to your papers, not your thesis, right? And it's not very easy publishing a paper. It will be reviewed by multiple people. There will be multiple levels. I mean, these are simple discussions that had happened here, right? So have that conviction. I mean, when you are presenting, I mean, be there. I mean, hold it, right? 40 slides is very, very huge. I mean, we get only 10, 15 slides to present our whole, a small discussion, right? But 40 slides is huge. So you had got great opportunity to display your work, right? But ultimately it's a competition. We need to select 1, 2, 3. We don't think that 3, 4th and 5th are bad, right? But it's again a competition. We had our troubles, we had our discussions what to do, right? But it's good that different categories have been included in the final list. So it's encouraging. I mean, artificial intelligence is there, clinical studies are there, right? So it's good that a kind of variety of things are there. Okay, so I wish the organizers to, I mean, there was a suggestion. I mean, the assessment tool needs to be reworked because everything, you cannot give everything equal weightage. So there are some areas which should be given a greater emphasis. So that needs to be worked out. And as Sir mentioned, that newer things are coming. So evaluating them requires a different tool. So it needs to be a win-win situation. So these are the certain suggestions that been kept, and thank you for this opportunity, and I wish the association a good luck for a greater future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Muralidharan, Trustee and Additional Chief Physician, Ayurveda Shala KOTTAKKAL, for his special remarks and to declare the results.
Good afternoon. Respected learned friends. First of all, let me appreciate the organizers for having conducted such a zero error thesis competition on this day. And as far as my knowledge goes, the competition was neck to neck, stiff and tight. So the panel of judges has to put their full brains to find out the best of the lot or to rank it. And another point is that congratulations to the participants, because who is winning the game is a relative matter. Here always the relative merit is calculated. There has been a lot of participants in this event, and the most important part of this, brilliant upcoming physicians have done their job very well, and it's a very promising to the Ayurvedic fraternity. I congratulate the participants and the winners, and I have been given a very pleasant responsibility to announce the results. Actually, my heart is throbbing now, not the participants, because they are waiting for something very, very important. Thank you, the organizers, for giving this very prestigious responsibility and pleasant responsibility. With your permission, I would like to open it and read it out. They have given me in a particular order. I am seeing it for the first time. Third prize goes to court number 3, Dr. Kavita Sharma. Congratulations, doctor. Second prize goes to court number 1, Dr. Devasena K.M. Congratulations. And the first prize goes to Dr. Lakshmi P.N. Congratulations, Dr. Lakshmi. There's a special mention by the jury, and that goes to court number 5, Dr. Tulasi A.P. Actually, I have done my job, but before leaving the dais, I would like to share a few my personal reflections about Dr. Agnives sir. എനിക്ക് ആദ്യം പറയാനുള്ളത്, അഗ്നിവേശൻ സാറിനെ കണ്ടവർ കുറേ പേരുണ്ട്, അഗ്നിവേശൻ സാറിനെ ഉൾക്കൊണ്ടവർ എത്ര പേരുണ്ടാകും എന്ന് ശുദ്ധ മലയാളത്തിൽ ഞാനൊരു ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് തുടങ്ങുകയാണ്. To do justice to the non-Malayalis, I may speak in English because I was not intimated to speak in English. It's about 2 hours back or so. I inquired in which language I should speak. Dr. Vinod told me that everything is running in English, so you also do that. So you may find some grammatical mistake, something, kindly bear with me. As I told you, most of us have seen Agnives, sir. The real question is, how many of us have insight of him? I mean, seeing and in seeing or imbibing are quite different ways of understanding. If understanding of a person like Agnives, sir. I was not a student or colleague of sir. In fact, I was nowhere near him by any means. I may say that I was a distant co-passenger. I used to adore him from a safe distance. But I have heard him a lot of time. His speeches were, his thoughts said aloud, a real live broadcast. There was nothing in between. He starts speaking without making any sort of preparations. തത്സമയ സംരക്ഷണം എന്നൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ പറയില്ലേ, അങ്ങോട്ട് പറയുക. That was his style of delivering the speeches. And they were quite original ones, loaded with information, rational, critical, and analytical in nature. It is difficult to discern whether he remained as sun or moon of Ayurveda. നമ്മുടെ സൂര്യനായിരുന്നോ ചന്ദ്രനായിരുന്നോ നമുക്കറിയില്ല. സൂര്യനെ കാണാതെ നാം വെയിൽ കണ്ടതാണ്. വെയിലാണ് നാം കണ്ടത്, സൂര്യനെ നാം കണ്ടില്ല. അത് എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായത്തിൽ it's a shortcoming. Even today we are all seeing sunlight, but not the sun. I think that is applicable to Agnives, sir. In fact, Agnives, sir, was full of Ayurveda. Ayurveda was full of Agnives, sir, at one during a period. Actually, they were mutually fulfilling entities. ഇത് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയ തോന്നലാണ്. ഒരു കാലത്ത് ആയുർവേദം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അഗ്നിവേശ സാറിൻ്റെ മുഖം ഉദിച്ചു വന്നിരുന്നു എല്ലാ സ്ഥലത്തും, തിരിച്ചും. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു മ്യൂച്വൽ റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് ആയുർവേദവും അഗ്നിവേശൻ സാറും തമ്മിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു എന്ന് ഞാൻ സൂചിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. The only thing is, the most important thing what I would like to say is that sir can physically leave us. In fact, it is a right for anyone born here. Sir can physically leave us. In fact, it is a right for anyone born here. But it is up to us to deny his demise. It is up to us to decide to deny his demise. We are denying his demise now. He is still with us. Even this events like this is a continuum to his will and vision. To depict Agnives sir in a single term, he was a revolutionary philosopher, a liberal thinker always. At this point of time, I can't help remember one of the last speeches of him. I have heard that speech. I think AMA has that recorded. I am in disguise. Despite all my efforts to escalate science, an air of disguise has fallen upon me. It was one of his farewell speech, it seems. After that, he didn't deliver much talks. I urge young and dynamic generation of physicians to take up the responsibility of clearing off these guys as a real mark of honor to Akisar, and dedicate yourself to bring up the face of Ayurveda, to brighten the face of Ayurveda and heighten the science. Once again, I pay my respect to the soul and spirit of Agnives sir. I thank the organizers for giving me a wonderful opportunity, a rare opportunity to take part in this meeting and also to speak a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now invite our winners to accept the award from our esteemed dignitaries. We invite our third place winner, Dr. Kavita Sharma from All India Institute of Ayurveda, Delhi, to accept the award. We now invite our second place winner, Dr. Devasena KM from Amrita School of Ayurveda, to accept the award. We now invite the title winner of Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial 4th National Ayurveda Thesis Competition, Dr. Lakshmi P.N. from Government Ayurveda College, Trivandrum, to accept the award. We now invite Dr. Tulasi AP for receiving the consolation prize. We now invite Dr. Ansia. We now invite Dr. Ansia Ibrahim for receiving the consolation prize. We now invite Dr. Rajesh Yen to present a memento and certificate to Dr. Geeta Krishnan. Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Anand S. to present a memento to Dr. Sheeta Karalam. Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Arjun M. to present a memento to Dr. P.M. Unnikrishnan. Thank you, sir. We now invite Dr. Raju Thomas to present a memento to Dr. Tom Wilson. Thank you, dignitaries. Please be seated. We now invite remarks from the participants. We invite Dr. Lakshmi P.N. To introduce her, Dr. Lakshmi P.N. graduated from Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ulloor in the year 2018 and post-graduated in the year 2022 from Government Ayurveda College, Trivandrum with a specialization in Rasha Shastra and Vaishajya Kalpana. She is a recipient of Ayur Visharada Award from the Himalayan Drug Company and was also the third rank holder in the final year MD. We would love to hear from you, ma'am.
A warm good evening to one and all. At this moment, I'm speechless. I'm so happy and humbled to be in this occasion, being titled as a winner of C.R. Agnives Memorial Thesis Competition, being the winner of such a name of such an eminent personality. And I'm thankful for AMA, AMARF, and KOTTAKKAL Ayurveda Shala for conducting this program and giving us such an opportunity to present our thesis on this big platform. And I'm so thankful to God Almighty, my teachers, my guides, Dr. Srini sir. I felt so homely when I came here because I could see my sir, Anand sir is here. So it was so homely for me when I came here. I was not having any tension when I saw him. And my father is here. I'm so thankful to him. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you once and all.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. We now invite Dr. Devasena KM to introduce her. Dr. Devasena graduated from PNNM Ayurveda Medical College, Tirupati in the year 2018 and post-graduated in the year 2022 from Amrita School of Ayurveda, Amritapuri, Kollam with a specialization in Rasha Shastra and Vaishajya Kalpana. Her areas of interest include preparation of medicines, analysis and quality control, pharmacology, medical chemistry, and Panchakarma. Currently, she holds the position of Medicinal Research Associate of Drug Discovery and Development Division, governed by Patanjali Research Foundation.
Namaste all. I'm really overwhelmed here. I don't know how to put it into words, this position. This presentation has been such a great experience for me. I'm good at the backstage doings actually. Presenting my topic is not my area. This competition has brought me forward so much that I have become the second place holder. The screening, the semi-finals, the corrections from the jury, they have made me so good at this. So I thank AMA and BPSV KOTTAKKAL and all the organizers for this program. I thank Lord Almighty and my guide, my mentor, Dr. Ramesh sir. There has been many times when I doubted myself and he pushed me through. no, you can do it. And it is his guidance that brought me here. My co-guides, Shibi sir and Arun sir, and all my family, especially my sister. She has come all the way to here for supporting me on this single holiday. I am so, so thankful. Your presence has given me such a strength to deliver even this speech. Thank you. And my whole family and all judges and all dignitaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devasena. We now invite Dr. Kavita Sharma. She graduated from Ayurvedic and Unani Tibia College, Delhi University, and a post-graduation from All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, with a specialization in Shalakya Tantra. We would love to hear from you, ma'am.
Namaskar to all. I'm feeling very glad to be a part of this thesis competition, and I would like to thank the AMA and Ayurveda Shala KOTTAKKAL to organizing such event and giving recognition to our work. And I would like to thank especially to my guide, Dr. Manjusha Rajgopala ma'am. She always support and guided me properly, and even today also she called me and sent best of lucks to me, and I'm very, very, very thankful to her. And my co-guide, Dr. Jeevan Singh Titial sir, being the chief of RB Center at AIMS Delhi, he always supported me in doing work in being a allopathy person. He always supported me doing work in this field Ayurveda. And Dr. Ramkishore Shah sir, and my family, my father-in-law, mother-in-law, everyone support me really from their heart. And my husband, he is with me. I would like to thank him also. And thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita Sharma. We now invite Dr. Tulasi AP. She graduated from MVR Ayurveda Medical College, Parshinikadavar in the year 2016 and post-graduated from Amrita School of Ayurveda in the year 2022. She has also completed hands-on training in Panchakarma, which was organized by the Department of Panchakarma, Amrita School of Ayurveda. Over to you, ma'am.
Warm good afternoon to all. So I'm much happy that AMIRF and VPSV College has created such a platform. I saw this as an opportunity to recognize my thesis work. So I would like to thank some names here. The first one is my guide, Dr. Anandaraman Sharma, and my co-guides, Dr. Nambudri sir, Parmeshwar Nambudri sir, and Dr. Pradipma ma'am. And to all the juries, thank you. And thanks all the organizers for the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tulasi. We now invite Dr. Ansia Ibrahim. She graduated from Government Ayurveda Medical College, Tripunithura in the year 2018 and post-graduated from Government Ayurveda College, Kannur in the year 2022. She has also secured certificate courses, including a certificate course in basic research awarded by the Consortium of Educational Communication. She is currently working as a teaching faculty in Veda Vaidya Ayurveda Teaching Academy. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, ഞാൻ ദൈവത്തിന് തന്നെ നന്ദി പറയുന്നു. പിന്നെ ഇവിടെ വരെ ഈ ഒരു സ്റ്റേജിൽ എനിക്കെത്തി മത്സരിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയതിൽ ഞാൻ വളരെ സന്തോഷിക്കുന്നു. ഫസ്റ്റ് എൻ്റെ ഗൈഡിന് നന്ദി പറയുന്നത് എൻ്റെ ഗൈഡ് ഡോക്ടർ അജിത മാമാണ്, കോ ഗൈഡ് ഡോക്ടർ അഞ്ജലി മാമാണ്. രണ്ടുപേരുമാണ് എന്നെ ഈ ഒരു സ്റ്റേജ് വരെ എത്തിക്കാൻ വളരെയധികം ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ എൻ്റെ ഹോൾ ഫാമിലിക്കും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുന്നു. പിന്നെ ജൂറി ഈ ഒരു അവസരം തന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുന്നു.
Thank you, dear participants. We now invite Dr. C.V. Jayadevan, Principal, VPSV Ayurveda College, KOTTAKKAL, to felicitate the event.
All the dignitaries on and off the dais. First of all, I congratulate Dr. Lakshmi. എന്താണെന്ന് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായില്ല, ഡോക്ടർ ലക്ഷ്മി അത്ര എക്സൈറ്റഡ് ഒന്നുമല്ല. ഒരു കയ്യടി കുറഞ്ഞാണ്ടാണോ എനിക്ക് സംശയം. ഒന്നുകൂടി നമുക്കൊരു വലിയൊരു കയ്യടി കൊടുക്കാൻ. I congratulate all the winners, all our winners, because we had 200 entries. So you are all our finalists and all our winners. So don't get disappointed, all the others. I take this opportunity to thank all the jury members. Dr. Geeta Krishnan is here. He has come all the way from Delhi only for this program, accepting your invitation. I think Dr. Tom had a very different experience. Andar Nakha Mushti Pramana and Ashodhana. I think you had a very different experience. Dr. Unnikrishnan, I don't know whether the contestants know him very well. നിങ്ങൾ എഴുതുന്ന ഓരോ ആർട്ടിക്കിളും ഇന്ത്യയിൽ പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്യുന്ന മിക്കവാറും എല്ലാ ലേഖനങ്ങളും എല്ലാ സയൻറ്റിഫിക് ആർട്ടിക്കിളും ഒരു വിധത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ഡോക്ടർ ഉണ്ണീഷിൻ്റെ കൈകളിലൂടെ കടന്നു പോകുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് സത്യം. Now he has become the international face of Ayurveda. We are very proud of him. ഷീല മാഡത്തിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഞാനൊന്നും പറയേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. He is very senior to me and she had always been a great source of inspiration. And also she is always with AMA. Thank you, madam, for coming here. Actually, the success of this program, I think I should mention this, because generally there will be a team. Actually, there are different teams of people who help to make this program a grand success. So we had a very senior team, AMA, and a senior team from central leadership, like Madam and Dr. Leena and Dr. Ajit and all those people. And also we have support from the foundation, because they are directly, Dr. Rajesh and all this are directly enrolled in organizing the program. And also we had a very good support from Dr. Arjun and senior team. They are already good experience. Actually, we have a good team from college also. This team who is comparing this program, actually they are not just comparing. They are the backbone of this program. They are really done. I think we should give them a big applause. And except wherever necessary, I think the Dr. Uday Kumar was present, and also Dr. G. Vinod Kumar and Chechi was also here throughout the session. So this is a different team, and a team of teachers from college. Dr. Jolsna, Dr. Bineet, Dr. Vivek. Last, I think the semi-final, Dr. Benil was one of the judges. And also we had a very good team. Right? So that's what there are different teams which collectively made this possible. So I thank each one of you, all the teams, different teams. And we have crisis managers like district leadership of AMA, Riyas Ali and all those people. And the last I should mention about this, after every program we generally throw out this badge. In this particular program you have a problem, but you cannot throw this badge, throw away this badge, because this badge is such a unique badge. It's like a memento. The idea behind this is great. The incredible man behind this, I think we should give them a big applause. Dr. Mushtaq, please stand. He not only designed this, he is the crisis manager of the whole program. He's here, then we are all very safe when he's here. And also we have the pillars of support like Dr. Vinod Kumar and many others. So I also take this opportunity to all those who have, maybe I missed somebody, I missed some people. And of course from Ayurveda Shala we have financial support and also all the support. We have a team of doctors from Ayurveda Shala here in this audience. So this is for the first time that we have a group of people headed by Dr. Rajagopal and Dr. Murali is here. So it's an effort, it's a wonderful team. So that's the success of this program, I think. It has become a very prestigious program. പിന്നെ അഗ്നിവേശ് സാറിനെ പറ്റിയിട്ട് ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ശരിയാവില്ല എന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാനൊന്നും പറയാത്തത്. സാറ് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ അല്ലേ, നമ്മുടെ ഈ അന്തരീക്ഷത്തിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ഉള്ളതുപോലെ തോന്നും. മുരളി സാർ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ സാറിന് മരണമില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അഗ്നിവേശ് സാറിന് മരണമില്ല, അത് വളരെ സത്യമുണ്ടോ? സാറിന് മരണമില്ല. ഞാൻ ഇത് പറയുമ്പോഴും, ഇത് പറയാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും പുറപ്പെടുമ്പോഴും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ നിത്യജീവിതത്തിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴും, ഒരു സെൻറ്റൻസ് എഴുതുമ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം ആലോചിക്കുക ഇത് അഗ്നിവേശ് സാറ് കേട്ടാൽ എങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും എന്നാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാനിങ്ങനെ പറയുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഇവിടുന്ന് ഇറങ്ങിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സാറുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സാറെന്ന് ചോദിക്കാൻ ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞത് ശരിയായില്ല കേട്ടോ, ആദ്യം അതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഈ ഒരു പേടിയുണ്ട്. എവരി വൺ ഈസ് ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസ്ഡ് ബൈ അഗ്നിവേശ് സാർ ഇൻ ഹിസ് ഡേ ടു ഡേ ലൈഫ്. അതാണ് എനിക്ക് വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് തോന്നുന്നു. അതാണ് അഗ്നിവേശ് സാർ എല്ലാവരെയും. നമ്മൾ വെറുതെ ചുമ്മാ പറയില്ലേ എന്താ ആയുർവേദ ഈസ് ദ സയൻസ് ഓഫ് ലൈഫ്. അപ്പോൾ അഗ്നിവേശ് സാർ എന്നാരാ പറഞ്ഞത്? നമ്മൾ സ്ഥിരം പറയുന്ന എല്ലാ ലേഖനം തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം എഴുതുന്നൊരു സെൻറ്റൻസ്. സാറാണെങ്കിൽ ആദ്യം ചോദിക്കും എന്ന് ചെയ്തതിനോട് ആരാ പറഞ്ഞത് എന്ന് ചോദിക്കും അല്ലേ. നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ ക്രിട്ടിക്കലായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കാറില്ല. അതാണ് സാറിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. സാറിൻ്റെ പുസ്തകം അവസാനം സാറിൻ്റെ മരണാനന്തരമാണ് ആ ബുക്ക് ഇറങ്ങിയത്, ബാലകാണ്ഡം. അത് എല്ലാവരും വാങ്ങണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ അഡ്രസ്സ് കൊടുത്ത് നമുക്കത് അയച്ചു കൊടുക്കാവുന്ന കാര്യമുള്ളൂ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെയാണ് ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ്റെ കാര്യം കൂടി പറയേണ്ടത്. സാറിൻ്റെ മകളും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഡോക്ടർ നിമിനും വളരെയധികം അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ഓൺ ദ ലാസ്റ്റ് സാറ് മരിക്കണേൻ്റെ അന്നായിരുന്നു സാർ അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഓടി നടക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. ഐ തിങ്ക് ഡോക്ടർ നിമിൻ വാസ് ഓൾസോ ദെയർ. I think they went for some advice from an advocate to make some changes in the final draft. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് വന്ന റൂമിൽ വന്നിട്ടാണ് സാറ് നമ്മളെ വിട്ടുപോയത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് I think the activities of the foundation is also very important. I think we should all take the responsibility of taking this activities of the foundation ahead. അത്ര എനിക്ക് ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ളൂ. Once again, thanks all the contestants for your presence. Really, it was a wonderful presentations. I heard each sentence, each word that you have pronounced. നമ്മളെപ്പോഴും പറയാനുള്ള എന്തെന്നറിയോ, ഈ ആയുർവേദത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഭാവിയെ പറ്റിയൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ എപ്പോഴും എല്ലാവരും വലിയ ആശങ്ക പറയും. But when I always attend such presentations, I always had a feeling that the future of Ayurveda is safe in your hands. Thank you for your presence. Thank you, judges, for being here, and all the leaders of AMA for being present here to make this occasion a great one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your heartwarming words. There's a small announcement. There will be a photo session at the end of the event. We request the participants, jury members, and the dignitaries on the dais to kindly stay back for the same. We now invite Dr. Jagish PP, Vice Chairman, Scientific Committee, for the concluding remarks.
Good afternoon to all respected dignitaries on and off the dais and dear friends. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the winners of 4th Dr. C.R. Agnives Memorial Thesis competition. We are very happy to see that this event has become a benchmark for the academic program conducted by an organization. Since the last 4 years, we are conducting this very seriously. Definitely, we can proudly say that it's only Ayurveda Medical Association of India conducting such a academic program regularly at national level. As explained in the inaugural session, first time we had only 17 to 20 theses. Next time it became 41. The last time it was 99, and this time 178. So we are very happy to say that. Definitely, in the future, more and more scholars will participate in this event. And our dream is to find out the best thesis across India. So definitely, we hope that we can do that. And also we are very fortunate to get an eminent panel of jury. Dr. Geetha, Dr. Sheila, Dr. P.M. Unnikrishnan, and Dr. Tom Wilson. And on behalf of Ayurveda Medical Association of India and AMARF, I thank all the jury members. Especially, I think I should tell about Dr. Tom Wilson, who is from a different stream. Then I thank Dr. K. Muralidharan sir for giving the prizes. I thank all the team behind this program. Not only this program,
the program conducted in Tarpunithara Ayurveda College also. There were different committees, like scientific committees there, reception committees there. Everybody worked sincerely, as Jayadevin sir told. There are different people, there are different group to support all the activities. And definitely we have to thank the scientific committee who did almost all the works led by Dr. There are many people, as Jayadevin sir told, Dr. Mushtaq, Dr. Riyas. So I thank all people who helped this program to make it such a great event. And I thank Jayadevin sir also for giving all the supports. And finally, I thank all the doctors who gathered here, and also AMA officials, Leena ma'am and Dr. Ajit. They are here from yesterday itself, supporting all the activities. So once again, I thank all the participants gathered here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to a close to the event. We congratulate all the winners once again, and we thank you all for your presence. We shall now stand up for the national anthem.
जय गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
We request the participants and the jury members to stay back for a photo session.
Judges